Night settles over the world in a slow, steady breath, and you find yourself drifting towards stories that seldom speak above a whisper. Stories carried not by armies or generals, but by women who moved through the shadows of the Second World War with a stubborn, quiet courage. Welcome to this calm, extended journey through the stories of World War II's women, in the camps, in the shadows, and in the quiet corners of history. Tonight, you walk beside them. In this long, unhurried journey, you step into the lives of women whose strength emerged in places built to break the human spirit. Prison camps, interrogation rooms, and hidden networks of resistance. Some fought with coded messages. Some fought with compassion. Some fought simply by refusing to forget who they were. All of them remind you that even in the darkest corners of history, the smallest light can still hold steady. You begin in Auschwitz, where a young Belgian woman named Molla Zimetbaum carried hope through a place designed to extinguish it. They called her the Angel of Auschwitz, a quiet, steady presence who risked everything to help others survive. Her story is one of impossible choices, acts of defiance that could never be spoken aloud, and a final gesture that still echoes through time. As you listen, you walk gently through the narrow paths of the camp, feeling the weight of her resolve settle like frost on the ground. From there, you move into the world of Odette, a mother, a spy, and a woman who refused to surrender even when the world tried to take everything from her. Through interrogations, through torture, through the slow erosion of hope, she never let her captors steal her voice. Her courage is not loud. It is not triumphant. It is persistent. A steady pulse that tells you what resilience sounds like when it has been stripped of every comfort and still does not break. And then you arrive at Ravensbrück, a camp built almost entirely for women. Here you witness a different kind of endurance, survival through companionship, whispered songs, shared crusts of bread, and small acts of humanity carried out under grey skies and watchful towers. These women built invisible networks of care, holding each other up 1 hour at a time. The walls around them could take many things, but they could not take that. Across each chapter of this compilation, you will move slowly, quietly, through stories shaped by loss, resistance, and moments of unexpected grace. You are not rushing. You are not judging. You are simply walking beside the women who lived these days, breathing with them, and listening to the ways they held on. As the night deepens, you may feel your own breath soften, your own thoughts settle. The world outside your room fades, and you become part of a quieter world, one made of candlelit barracks, hidden messages, worn photographs, and the faint hum of trains passing under cold skies. These stories do not demand your energy. They only ask for your presence. This is a space for remembrance, for reflection, for honoring the women who carried others when they themselves had nothing left. Their endurance is not a headline or a monument. It is a soft light, held carefully in shaking hands, kept alive through fear and winter and uncertainty. Tonight, you follow that light. You're listening to echoes of war. Part 1. The Angel of Auschwitz. The story of Molla Zimetbaum. A strip of cloth touches your wrist. Not warm, only there. A hand lingers a moment, a thread pulled taut between strangers. No one speaks. The snow erases edges, softens shadows, but it does not hide the wire, the posts, the blunt grammar of the place. The wind is low, like a thought that won't announce itself. Somewhere to your left, a whistle lifts and falls, then becomes distance. A figure moves through the pale, not fast, not slow, precise. You register height before you register face, movement before name. She passes a barracks like a sentence crossing a page, one written by someone who still remembers how to care. She's carrying nothing you can see and everything you can feel, purpose folded into silence, a map drawn in memory, the small weight of forbidden kindness. You keep your eyes on the ground. The ground is safer. But sound keeps returning. Wooden clogs against packed snow, breath in quick white threads, a tin cup striking a doorframe. 1212. The figure stops, kneels to adjust a binding, stands again. She looks past you, into you, through you, the way a person looks at a horizon they've measured against the bones. In the moment she passes, the air changes temperature, as though someone opened a door to a better weather inside her coat. The whistle blows again, sharp, declarative. A row shifts. A voice counts numbers that used to be names. Somewhere behind, a gate slams and the echo runs like water through stone. This is morning at Ravensbrück, though you don't know that yet. All you know is the geometry of waiting, the long cold line of obedience stretched across the yard. She moves differently. There's a logic to her steps, a rhythm that doesn't belong to this place. In a camp where movement is always reaction, hers looks like intention. You notice her hands, steady even in cold, the nails short and clean. Someone whispers, the interpreter, another, the courier. The words slide through the air like contraband. You hear paper before you see it, a corner of it, the color of old straw, disappearing into a sleeve. No one notices, which is the craft of noticing. She pauses at a doorway. The way she shifts her weight says she knows the corridor's sequence, the path of the guard's shoulder, the way breath fog will rise when he turns. The body learns things by surviving. The heart learns them faster. The snow moves sideways now, turned by a wind that smells of coal and wet wood. The wire hums faintly, its vibration swallowed by frost. A crow lands on a post and shakes its wings. The sound of it feels almost human. The world holds itself together with weak string, and yet it holds. There's a rhythm underneath it all. Boots on gravel, breath on air. A clock somewhere in the commandant's office marking time for a world that no longer believes in it. She walks through this rhythm as if conducting it quietly. Every few steps she glances upward, not at the sky, but at the smoke rising from the chimneys. You can't tell whether she's measuring it, memorizing it, or defying it. Maybe all three. You're standing in a camp that should not exist, inside a morning that knows too much. The stories here prefer whispers, footprints, the small tilt of a wrist. She steps again, and this time you see the angle of her jaw, the set of her mouth, the way her eyes carry the habit of counting. The snow marks her shoulders, dots her hair, becomes part of her outline. She is not a symbol. Symbols are tidy. She is human, and that's what makes her dangerous. Somewhere in the distance, the forest waits. It stands just beyond the perimeter, pretending indifference. If you listen carefully, you can hear it exhale, a sound older than fear, patient as time. Years later, people will say her name beside that forest. They will call her brave, call her mad, call her angel. But right now, she's just a woman walking in the snow, holding something folded inside her sleeve and the knowledge that someday she might use it. A gust rises. The flakes thicken, spinning sideways like ash. In the glare, everything loses outline. Wire, barracks, sky. Only motion remains. She becomes that motion. Small, deliberate, unbroken. Somewhere beyond the wire, a river flows under ice, whispering of direction. Somewhere beyond the guardhouse, a road points in two directions and intends both. Somewhere in her sleeve, a folded permit breathes like an extra lung. Every element of escape already exists. It just hasn't been named yet. The snow doesn't stop. It's the kind that doesn't melt even when it does. It lingers on coats, on roofs, on memory. It waits, like her, for the right moment to turn into water again. Far away, unseen yet certain, a lake lies frozen. smooth as glass, waiting to be walked upon. One day, years from now, the surface will thaw, and the same wind that carries ash today will carry only pollen. But not yet. Not this morning. Chapter 1. Lines on a Permit. Lines on a Palm. Paper that pretends to be power. Paper rules this place. Its rustle carries more weight than footsteps. On paper, lives begin and end. On paper, hunger becomes a number. Every name has been converted into ink. Thick, blue, obedient. She learns the texture of authority by touch. The coarse grain of requisition forms. The thin, smooth sheets used for transport lists. The brittle kind that cracks when folded twice. Each variety has its own temperature. Her fingers memorize them as a musician memorizes strings. The office smells of damp wool, typewriter oil, cheap tobacco. She works quickly, copying, sorting, filing, an invisible hinge in the camp's machine. A guard's voice drones nearby. Pencils scratch. Snow light filters through the filthy glass. Every so often, she pauses to blow on her hands, pretending it's from cold rather than nerves. She speaks 3 languages, for if silence counts. That's what makes her useful, and usefulness, here, is the nearest thing to protection. Orders pass through her like current through a wire. German to French, French to Polish, cruelty translated into grammar. But translation cuts both ways. If a single number shifts, a line breaks, a stamp lands in the wrong corner, someone vanishes more slowly, or not at all. Paper pretends to be power, and she pretends to believe it. When she leaves the office, her sleeve hides a second document, a scrap rewritten in another's favor, a small rerouting of destiny that no one will ever record. Her heartbeat is the only witness, quick and rhythmic as rain on tin. The geometry of obedience. The camp has its mathematics. 5 rows by 20, 4 minutes to fall in, 12 breaths between roll call commands. She knows them all. Precision is safety. The guards love symmetry almost as much as fear. But inside that grid, she learns to insert fractions. A half-step delay when passing a corridor buys a second of invisibility. A gesture too small for notice signals someone to move left instead of right. The entire structure depends on everyone doing exactly as told. A miracle here is simply one person doing something different and surviving it. She adjusts her rhythm accordingly. Walks slower when ordered to hurry, faster when told to slow. Always just within the tolerance of cruelty's boredom. The guards stop seeing her. That is her victory. At night, she copies the numbers again in her head, whispering them to keep memory from stiffening. Names have become arithmetic, but she remembers them anyway, as melody rather than equation. Sometimes she dreams of them as notes on a page, the missing ones forming a silence too wide to cross. The grammar of metal. Morning begins before light. Keys jingle, hinges yawn, metal speaks first. Every object here has a voice if you know how to listen. She's assigned to the workshop today, where prisoners repair what the system has already broken. The air smells of grease and defeat. Hammers tap like heartbeats against iron. Steam rises from the forges, warm breath against frozen walls. She studies how metal behaves under weather, how frost stiffens locks, how heat loosens bolts. Knowledge here is contraband, and she hoards it quietly. When a padlock jams, she takes it from a guard's hand, turns it once, twice, listens and frees it. He grunts approval, walks away. Behind his back, she pockets the broken spring. It will serve another purpose later. though she doesn't yet know what. Metal teaches patience. It bends slowly or not at all. It remembers every strike. It forgives none. She recognizes herself in that. The small politics of kindness. Kindness is illegal. It must disguise itself as procedure. She helps a woman to her feet under the pretext of straightening a line. She corrects a list so that a sick prisoner stays in the infirmary one more night instead of being shipped out. She slips half her bread to the girl who can't stop coughing. Every act must look accidental, every mercy plausible as clumsiness. At roll call, a guard shouts until his voice breaks. The crowd shifts, freezes, waits. When he turns away, she exhales, counts the living, confirms the illusion of completeness. To stay alive is one kind of courage. To keep others alive is another. People start to whisper her name differently, softly, like prayer. Mala, 2 syllables, almost weightless. It moves through barracks like contraband hope. She never encourages it, but neither does she stop it. In a place where everything is designed to erase, a rumor of decency is a dangerous contagion. Night work. Lights out is never dark enough. Search lamps comb the snow. The barracks creak. Someone always coughs. She lies on the top bunk, eyes open, the boards above her etched with initials of those who've gone. Outside, wind presses the walls until they sigh. She replays the day in reverse. Door A, Corridor B, Patrol C, checking the rhythm for weakness. Her mind maps every pattern until fear becomes geometry again. Sometimes she whispers old words to herself. Antwerp, streetcar, cafe. They sound like fiction now. The past feels borrowed from another life, and yet the memory of warmth keeps her anchored. On her palm, she traces invisible lines with her thumb, each representing a face she saved, a note she delivered, a risk taken and survived. They form a second lifeline, parallel to the one she was born with. When she finally drifts toward sleep, she hears metal again, not the cruel kind, but distant, musical, like wind through wires. It sounds almost like a promise. The map that isn't a map. Every morning she walks the same route. Office, yard, kitchen, gate, back. Every morning she notes what's changed. A guard missing, a truck delayed, a patch of snow not yet trampled. Patterns matter. Deviation matters more. Over weeks, she draws an invisible map in her mind. Not lines on paper, but timings, silences, opportunities. The map grows. So does the danger of carrying it. She keeps it folded inside her breath, updating it every time the world exhales. There's a place near the fence where frost gathers thicker than elsewhere. She doesn't know why, only that it feels like waiting. Sometimes she pauses there, pretending to tie her shoe, and the idea begins to take form. That a fence, like a sentence, can be rewritten. Footnote to survival. Weeks blur. Snow becomes slush, slush becomes mud, and still the numbers march. The human body learns to adapt to anything except injustice. That remains a constant bruise. She begins to feel the limits of patience tightening. One night, a woman in her bunk whispers, "You walk like you're already outside." Molla doesn't answer. But later, staring at the ceiling, she realizes it's true. Some part of her has already crossed the line, if only in thought. The next morning, she carries a stack of forms across the yard. The wind lifts one sheet, presses it briefly against her chest. When she peels it away, the shape of her handprint remains in the frost. It looks like a signature, somewhere deep inside her. something begins to sign its name to a plan. The snow continues to fall, indifferent, meticulous, endless, and beneath it, an idea germinates, quiet, invisible, patient. Chapter 2: A Name That Walked Between Barracks. The sound of names. In a place built to erase identity, sound becomes rebellion. Numbers are shouted, repeated, verified. But when a name is spoken softly, it feels like warmth. She collects them the way some people collect prayers. A French girl named Claire, who hums under her breath. A Polish teacher, Jadwiga, who once loved poetry more than bread. A Russian nurse who still wears her hospital badge as proof she mattered once. When Molla repeats their names to herself, they don't sound like defeat. They sound like persistence. The syllables form a tiny orchestra in her chest, playing beneath the official noise. At night she recites them silently, moving her lips without sound. The guards think she's praying. Maybe she is. She has discovered that a person remembered in language cannot be entirely consumed by numbers. So she carries names the way others carry contraband. Languages that breathe. Her tongue has learned many disguises. German to survive, Polish to belong, French to remember, Yiddish to mourn. Each carries its own weather. When she translates for officers, her voice is clean, practical, invisible. When she translates for prisoners, her tone shifts, softer at the edges, carrying fragments of comfort between the lines. Words become the only currency that inflation cannot destroy. Sometimes, when a new transport arrives, she hears dialects she's never known. She listens as if mapping geography through sound. Each accent a homeland smuggled past the wire. She envies language for its ability to cross borders. She envies breath for its freedom to leave the mouth and disappear without punishment. Once, an officer asks why she hesitates before certain words. She answers, "Some meanings are heavier in other tongues." He doesn't understand. He never will. The camp's music. The camp has its own orchestra of necessity. Hammers against steel, the rhythm of clogs on frozen ground, whistles marking shifts. Sometimes, in the laundry, a woman hums a folk song, and others join without realizing. A moment later they stop, startled by their own humanity. Molla hears it all and commits it to memory. The discord, the sudden harmonies, the silences between them. To her, it sounds like proof that something unbroken still beats beneath obedience. There's a morning when frost turns every sound sharp. A line of prisoners coughs in unison, not disease but punctuation. Even pain has cadence here. She times her breath to it, turns the world's cruelty into meter. This is how she survives, by giving rhythm to what should have been chaos. Work, the holy word of survival. Work is the nearest thing to faith the camp allows. It promises nothing but delay, and delay is the same as hope. She manipulates rosters subtly. A girl too weak for quarry duty finds herself reassigned to sewing. A man with frostbitten fingers is moved to kitchen stores. Each change is small enough to pass unnoticed, large enough to save skin and breath. When caught staring too long at the sheets, she says she's calculating efficiency. The officer nods. Efficiency is holy here. He doesn't see that she's writing psalms in the margins, the sacred arithmetic of one life spared for another day. She's learning that mercy can be structured like paperwork if the handwriting is calm enough. Rumor, the unseen weather. Hope travels here like weather nobody controls. It starts in whispers, rises, cools, rains disappointment. But even false forecasts keep people upright. This week's rumor: the Red Cross is coming. Next week's: the front is near. None are true, all are necessary. Molla doesn't spread them, but she doesn't extinguish them either. Hope, even counterfeit, keeps the pulse regular. She only intervenes when a rumor could kill, when someone considers escape through impossible ground, or when trust is placed in a traitor. In those moments, her authority is quiet but absolute. She speaks softly, without command. People listen anyway. The air around her feels momentarily breathable. The education of silence. She learns that silence can mean 100 things. The silence of guards is threat. The silence of prisoners is endurance. Her own silence becomes language, the pauses between actions where intent hides. During inspections, she lowers her eyes just enough to appear compliant, but keeps them wide enough to see. She memorizes which guards smoke, which drink, which ones stare too long at the snow because they can't bear to look at people. One of them, young, freckled, already disillusioned, catches her watching once. Their eyes meet, and in that brief collision she recognizes weariness that could turn either way, mercy or cruelty. She looks away first, breaking the tension. He exhales, maybe in relief. 2 lives spared by 1 second's etiquette. Whispers between barracks. In the evenings, when fog blurs the watchlights, small trades take place. A piece of bread for a needle, a poem for a memory. Molla moves among them, unseen broker of small salvations. She carries lists in her head: who still has family, who needs medicine, who might break tonight. No one appointed her to this role. Necessity did. Sometimes she just listens, which is often more valuable than food. When a woman sobs for her child, Molla says only, "He is in the forest now." Trees remember names. It isn't fact, but it steadies the heartbeat. Here, comfort and truth have long since divorced. She marries them again when she can. The first stitch. It begins not as rebellion, but as routine. A form to deliver, a corridor to cross, a key left unattended. She notices timing: the guard's cigarette halfway finished, the angle of the sun on the barracks wall. Numbers combine into possibility. She tells herself it's nothing, just curiosity. But curiosity is the root of defiance. That night she sketches the thought in her mind: if a door can be locked, it can be opened. A principle as old as metal. She falls asleep repeating it like scripture. Dreams that refuse discipline. Dreams here are dangerous. They make the morning harder. Still she dreams, not of escape yet, but of walking freely, coat unbuttoned, wind on her face. Sometimes she dreams in color, sometimes only in texture. Wool, paper, rain. Once she dreams of her own handwriting, alive and bright against a blank page. When she wakes, the memory of ink feels like hope. Footnotes to memory. Spring tries to arrive but can't. The snow melts by day, refreezes by night. The ground mirrors the people. Thawing, hardening, thawing again. Molla begins to sense a pulse beneath the monotony, something gathering. It moves through her like electricity under ice. On her way back from the office one afternoon, she sees a scrap of newspaper caught in wire. The wind flutters it open just enough for her to read one word: freedom. It's probably propaganda, but it doesn't matter. The word exists. The world hasn't deleted it yet. She tears the scrap free, folds it once, slips it into her sleeve. Paper again, the oldest companion of her defiance. That night, she smooths it flat and traces the word with her finger until the ink fades into skin. When she sleeps, her pulse beats beneath it, as though the word has found a new home. The camp sleeps fitfully, unaware that somewhere among its numbered rows, a plan has taken its first breath. Tomorrow will look the same, but nothing is the same anymore. Chapter 3. The Boy with the Paper Star, Edek's Thread. The arithmetic of looking. In a place where eyes are meant to stay lowered, noticing becomes an act of rebellion. It begins with accident, a momentary glance during a transfer, her shadow crossing his. She doesn't yet know his name, only that his gaze doesn't flinch fast enough. He works in maintenance, blue stripes instead of grey, a belt of tools that clink like punctuation marks. He walks differently, not proudly, just precisely, as if rhythm itself were resistance. When he lifts his head, his eyes search, not for escape routes, but for reasons. The guards call him Edek. He's been here longer than most, one of the early arrivals who saw the system still learning its cruelty. His back bears the faint geometry of old whip lines, healed into a map. Every scar is a coordinate of survival. She notices that he hums sometimes under his breath, tiny notes, almost mechanical, as if the act of fixing hinges needs melody to stay human. Sound, in his hands, becomes craft again. That first look doesn't linger, yet something invisible is exchanged. Recognition without permission. In a place designed to erase mirrors, they become each other's reflection. The language of work. She begins to arrange her errands along his path. Nothing obvious. She's too careful for that. One day a document to the workshop. Another day a note to be translated near the generator shed. Always within the mathematics of coincidence. He senses the pattern but never breaks it. The danger of acknowledgement is equal to the comfort of it. So they invent a new syntax built on distance. A nod that means I'm still here. A drop tool that means I saw you. A silence that means wait. Around them, life continues its grim bureaucracy. Boots, whistles, the endless roll of numbers. But inside that noise, a new rhythm forms, too faint for the overseers to hear. She translates orders, he translates machines. Together they translate despair into sequence. Sometimes he passes her a piece of wire under the guise of repair. She pockets it without looking. Later, that same wire will lock one door or open another. They don't know which yet. Knowledge can be postponed. Trust cannot. From Edek's side. He notices her before he allows himself to. At first, she's just efficiency, the woman who never wastes emotion. Then the noticing becomes dangerous. He knows what happens to men who look too long at hope. They're reassigned, punished, or worse, reminded that beauty is no longer permitted here. Still, his eyes find her. He repairs a water pump near the offices, hears her voice translating. Calm, low, practical. A sound made for reason, not submission. He wonders what it would be like to hear that same tone say his name. One evening he passes her in the yard. The light is fading, the air thin with snow. Her eyes catch the dusk and hold it. He thinks, absurdly, that if she ever escaped, the sun would follow. That night he writes on a scrap of sackcloth with charcoal. If light can find us here, it will not forget the way out. He doesn't sign it. He doesn't need to. Interlude. The economy of small things. In winter, every gesture becomes visible. Breath, tremor, frost. so they learn to speak in micro-movements. He adjusts his cap twice to mean safe. She touches her sleeve once to mean later. The language grows quickly, an organism of necessity. No vowels, no consonants, only timing. They call it nothing because naming it would make it fragile. Around them, others barter rations, news, bits of cloth. They barter seconds, stolen, hidden, spent wisely. Each exchange costs a piece of fear. It's worth the price. The idea that pretends to be hope. Hope here doesn't announce itself. It sneaks in disguised as procedure. A gap in patrol timing. A lock that sticks. A guard who drinks too much. All of it information. All of it combustible. She begins to collect these fragments the way she once collected words. He gathers material. A uniform jacket too large. A cap discarded in snow. A blank form stolen from the printing room. Neither admits aloud what they're building. Naming things too early kills them. They meet once behind the infirmary, two shadows blending into smoke from the furnace. He shows her the forged pass. She studies it, nods. Not approval, not surprise. Simply confirmation that thought has become object. They stand close enough to feel each other's breath, but not enough to be seen as touching. She whispers, "If one crosses, both must." He nods. The rule becomes oath. The blueprint of defiance. Plans here aren't blueprints, but rhythms. Theirs is written in beats of 3. Look, breathe, step. She times the guards' routes down to heartbeats. He maps the fences by moonlight. Between them grows an invisible architecture, corridors of maybe. In her bunk at night, she visualizes it again and again, until each hinge and distance becomes muscle memory. Freedom rehearsed in stillness. He tests the uniform, the way it hangs from his shoulders, the casual boredom it demands. He practices walking like the oppressor, the hardest imitation of all. They risk a word now and then, hidden in sound. When she says tomorrow aloud, it simply means someday. When he says soon, it means I believe you. The air itself begins to feel charged, as if the camp senses the heresy of two people dreaming. The confession without words. One night, the searchlights malfunction for a full minute. In that brief blackout, the world goes blank. From opposite sides of the yard, they both look up, two dots of awareness in the dark. No one else notices, but they do. When light returns, everything feels altered. That was their confession. No touch, no speech, just recognition carried by shadow. It's enough. After that, every risk feels lighter. Love, in this place, isn't warmth. It's precision. To love someone is to calculate correctly. The paper star. He starts carving a small shape out of wood scraps, a 5-pointed star. He paints it with soot mixed into grease, presses it flat, and pins it inside his coat lining. It isn't a symbol of the regime. It's a reclamation. He calls it, silently, the paper star. Fragile, defiant, absurd. When he finally shows it to her, she touches it once and nods. In that gesture lives everything unsayable. Affection, terror, will. The star will travel with them when they go. The plan given breath. Spring edges near. Snow turns to rain. Mud swallows footprints. The front is rumored to be moving west. The camp's routines begin to loosen. Small cracks in monotony. They choose the date. Not for symbolism, but for mathematics. The guard shift overlaps by 12 minutes. The paperwork officer drinks more on Fridays. The moon will rise late. The night before, she can't sleep. She listens to the barracks breathing, a chorus of ghosts rehearsing. She thinks of every name she ever spoke, every paper she ever altered, every second borrowed. They all converge here, in this inhale before the leap. She wonders if courage is something people are born with, or something that grows quietly in captivity, like moss on stone. When dawn touches the horizon, she already knows. Tomorrow, she will walk through the gate not as number 19,880, but as movement itself. The threshold. Morning arrives diluted, colorless. She walks toward the workshop, same path, same snowmelt smell. Edek waits by the gate in uniform, a new posture stitched into his spine. The cap shades his eyes. Authority becomes masked. He nods once. She lowers her head, wrists bound loosely with rope. The guard in the tower yawns. The gate creaks. Metal sighs. They step forward, one pretending to command, one pretending to obey, both walking the truth between. The world doesn't notice. It rarely does when miracles start. The gate closes behind them with a sound that might be mercy, might be warning. Either way, it sounds like freedom beginning to speak. Chapter 4. Codes of Breath, Codes of Steps. The mathematics of motion. Freedom begins as arithmetic. Every step must fit into the camp's metronome. The guards whistle, the dogs bark, the gate's hinge yawning open at the same minute each morning. She studies it all as if cramming for an exam that allows no second attempt. 14 seconds from office door to inner gate. 7 to cross the watch line if the guard is yawning. 3 to hide a tremor of the hand. The margin for error is thinner than breath. Edek learns the pattern too, but differently. He measures sound, how far a boot click carries in snow, how a voice bends around the corner of the tool shed. Together they weave an invisible equation. It will be their scripture. At night, they whisper it separately. She from her bunk, he from his cot. Numbers, not prayers. Faith has changed languages. The rehearsal. They rehearse their own deliverance like dancers who can never share the same stage. She practices submission. Head bowed, wrists together, steps small, compliant. He practices authority. Chin lifted, shoulders square, boredom perfected. Each night they repeat until movement becomes instinct. To the others, it looks like exhaustion. To them, it's the only way to live. Once, during roll call, she deliberately drops her gloves. He retrieves them, returning them with the correct amount of disdain. The watching guard yawns, uninterested. Test successful. Later, she allows herself to smile for half a second. He notices but doesn't return it. They're past the luxury of joy now. They are practicing survival's choreography. The tools of disguise. Freedom requires props as much as courage. The uniform comes first, stolen piece by piece from the tailoring room, a belt from the repair shop, buttons traded for bread, insignia stitched with trembling fingers under moonlight. Each item has been touched by a dozen conspirators who don't even know they are part of this plot. She sews the final stitch herself, fingers steady. Edek tries it on behind the barracks one fog-heavy morning. It fits imperfectly, which is perfect. Imperfection means authenticity. He studies himself in the distorted reflection of a tin panel. He almost doesn't recognize the man looking back. Posture of the oppressor, eyes of the condemned. Freedom requires disguise. Disguise requires the murder of innocence. She says nothing, just watches him adjust the cap, the gesture already convincing. The sight of him like this burns into her. Not admiration, not even pride, just the ache of what pretending costs. The dress rehearsal of fear. A week before the attempt, they test everything. She delivers a fake document to the outer office, passes within 5 meters of the gate. He stands guard nearby, clipboard in hand, heart pounding at triple tempo. The guard at the checkpoint barely glances up. That night, they meet again briefly near the stables. No words, just a nod, a shared breath, a pulse synchronized by terror and belief. The body learns to hide fear the way it hides hunger. She can feel her heartbeat flattening, becoming silent discipline. He can feel his lungs controlling themselves, exhaling only when safe. Every organ learns obedience to purpose. The suspicion. On the 3rd day before, a guard lingers too long during inspection. His eyes rest on Odette's jacket, its newness too noticeable. The silence thickens. The moment stretches. Mola steps forward. "Permission to mend," she says in German, voice crisp, neutral. The guard snorts, waves them off. Her calm is the only barrier between survival and exposure. Afterward, she sits behind the kitchen, hands shaking for the first time in months. Odette finds her there, pretends to check the lock on the door. He doesn't speak. She nods once, meaning we continue. They have learned that fear, too, can be a rehearsal. The counting of days. 3 days left. Each one is a lifetime folded in thirds. Day 1. She revises the forged papers, smoothing the creases until the signature looks born there. Day 2. He paces the route after dusk, marking every shadow. Day 3. They say nothing at all. The silence between them is no longer empty. It's loaded with trust. Every unspoken word means "I understand." She cleans her boots that night, an absurd ritual of civility. He shaves with a piece of broken glass, drawing no blood. They are preparing their bodies for belief. The weather decides. Morning arrives brittle and white. Frost clings to everything like handwriting. It's the kind of day when even the sun seems reluctant to rise. She takes this as omen. Stillness will be their ally. Wind means fewer eyes outside. Cold means shorter patrols. The camp shrinks into itself. Only the wire hums with energy. Odette's uniform hangs ready, smelling faintly of oil and smoke. The cap shadowing his eyes turns him into a stranger. He adjusts his belt one final time. When she sees him, her breath catches, not from admiration but from the recognition of commitment. He's already halfway gone. She will follow. The walk before the walk. They cross paths intentionally at noon, a simple passing in the corridor. She glances just long enough to confirm readiness. Everything now moves as if inside a slowed heartbeat. That night, she packs nothing but will. No token, no letter, no keepsake. Escape must weigh nothing. She lies awake until the barracks quieten, listening to the breathing around her, the orchestra of survival. She imagines each inhale as a witness, each exhale as a blessing. When she finally closes her eyes, she dreams not of running, but of walking calmly through open gates that no one guards. The gate. Dawn, June 24th, 1944. Mist heavy, sound muffled. She steps out into air that tastes of metal and thawing soil. He waits by the entrance, clipboard in hand, posture of ownership. To anyone watching, He's a guard escorting a prisoner for work detail. Routine. Uninteresting. She bows her head, wrists loosely tied with rope. He gestures toward the gate with a bored wave. The sentry nods without looking. The first gate opens with its usual groan. They pass through. The second follows. Beyond it lies the road, thin and endless, lined with pines. For the first time in 2 years, she feels wind without supervision. The sensation almost breaks her, but she keeps walking. Freedom demands acting. Acting demands stillness. Behind them, the gate closes with a sound like exhale. No alarm. Not yet. The road. Gravel crunches underfoot. Every noise feels amplified. They don't speak. Even breath has weight now. A truck passes in the distance, its engine fading into hum. The world beyond the camp seems unreal, like a photograph developing slowly. At a bend in the road, she risks a glance backward. The fence has already disappeared into fog. It looks small, almost harmless. That's the final illusion the camp offers, that it was ever conquerable. They keep walking, pace steady. Each step feels like history deciding to look the other way. After a mile, Odette exhales audibly, the first uncalculated sound of freedom. She answers with silence, the purest form of agreement. The forest waits ahead, dark and endless. They walk into it together, two figures whose outlines dissolve into trees and mist. The air smells of pine and mud, of beginnings. The wind carries nothing now but distance. Chapter 5. Sewing a Disguise from Night. The sound of an unfenced world. The first breath outside the wire feels wrong. Too wide, too wet, too alive. After years of geometry and fences, the open world feels like a wound that won't close. The road bends east and disappears into fog. They follow it without speaking. Snow turns to slush beneath their boots, each step writing proof that they exist. She listens for pursuit and hears only wind. The silence tastes foreign, a new element to breathe. Odette walks ahead, posture still rigid from the uniform. He carries himself like command. Habit hasn't caught up with freedom yet. She follows a half pace behind, memorizing the sound of gravel as if afraid it might stop. The air smells of wet pine and smoke from unseen chimneys. Dogs bark somewhere distant, ordinary, domestic, terrifying. She realizes that even peace sounds dangerous after captivity. The barn. By dusk, rain begins, thin, endless, cleansing. They leave the road and cross a field toward a cluster of barns leaning under the weight of weather. The first is locked. The second opens to their touch, hinges sighing like tired lungs. Inside smells of straw, rust, old milk. They close the door and sit among forgotten tools. For a moment neither moves. The world has stopped shaking. Odette removes the cap, the last piece of the disguise, and lets it fall. It lands face up, staring back at them with its dead insignia. He crushes it beneath his boot. She unwraps a crust of bread she's hidden since morning. They eat in silence, two people learning how to chew without fear. Each bite tastes of disbelief. Rain patters on the roof. Straw whispers under shifting weight. They could almost be anyone, anywhere. The simplicity hurts. After a while she says, barely audible, "Do you hear that?" He listens. Only rain. "That's what the world sounds like when it doesn't want something from you," she says. He doesn't answer, just reaches for her hand. The touch is brief, cautious, electric. The contact feels heavier than chains ever did. The night between. They don't sleep much. Freedom is too loud. Every creak of the barn, every gust of wind, sounds like pursuit. She lies on straw, staring through a crack in the roof, counting stars like promises. They look indifferent, beautiful, exact. For a moment she remembers childhood, the open balcony in Antwerp, the smell of her father's pipe smoke, the hum of trams. Memory hurts differently now. It aches in colors instead of pain. Edek sits near the door, watching the darkness breathe. The uniform still clings to him. He can't bring himself to remove it yet. It's both disguise and shield, identity and sin. When she finally sleeps, he watches her face soften. The lines of endurance fade. What's left is astonishingly young. He realizes he's forgotten what youth looks like. Outside, an owl calls. Long, hollow, ancestral. It sounds like a question the night keeps asking. How long will freedom last? Morning. Dawn arrives pale, deliberate. The rain has stopped, leaving the air clean enough to taste. They step outside and blink at the brightness. The world looks unreasonably vast. Sky like ocean, ground without walls. They move quickly, following a dirt path toward the forest edge. Mud clings to their boots, heavy and grounding. Each step away from the camp feels lighter, but also lonelier. She keeps glancing behind them, as if the wire might grow legs and follow. Edek touches her shoulder once. Forward. She nods. The first village appears beyond a hill, smoke rising from chimneys. Too soon. They detour, keeping to tree lines, avoiding eyes. Every house feels like a question they don't yet dare answer. By midday the sky clears. Sunlight falls on them for the first time without permission. It feels indecently kind. They stop and stand in it, faces tilted upward, silent gratitude radiating between them. The river. The river meets them at noon, wide, brown, alive with meltwater. It moves like time, indifferent, unstoppable. They follow its edge until they find a narrow place between stones. Edek wades first, boots sinking into silt. The cold bites instantly. He gasps but keeps going. She follows, teeth clenched, breath shallow. Halfway through she slips. The current grabs her leg. He catches her arm, pulls her upright. For one absurd moment they laugh, not from joy, but shock that laughter still exists. The sound startles even them. When they reach the far bank, they collapse in the reeds, soaked, shivering, alive. She presses her hand to the earth as if testing its reality. "It doesn't burn," she whispers. They stay like that for a long time, listening to the river talk to itself. It says nothing of safety, only movement. The crossroads. Late afternoon. A dirt road divides the woods. One way leads toward mountains, the other to a small village. Edek studies the ruts of cartwheels, the tracks of horses. Traffic means danger. Emptiness means starvation. They choose the latter. At the intersection stands a weathered crucifix. Someone has left wildflowers at its base, frozen into ice. She touches the wood, feels splinters catch her skin. Faith, like freedom, still requires pain to feel real. Edek removes his cap and murmurs something under his breath. Not prayer exactly, more habit. The gesture feels human enough to wound. The house with the shuttered window. Dusk again. They find a small farmhouse half hidden by birch. Windows shuttered, smoke thin from the chimney. Edek approaches cautiously, knocks once. No answer. He tries the door, unlocked. Inside, cold ashes in the hearth, bread gone hard on the table. The family has fled, maybe fearing both armies. They decide to stay until dawn. She lights a single candle. Its glow feels indecent in the emptiness. Shadows leap across the walls like memories refusing rest. They sit on the floor near the hearth. For the first time, words return. "What will you do if?" she begins. He stops her gently. "When?" he corrects. She nods. Hope demands grammar too. They talk in fragments. About the sea, about languages they'll teach each other, about bread that doesn't taste of ashes. Their voices stay low, as though afraid to wake history. When silence comes again, it's not the camp's silence. It's something new, clean, almost merciful. The dream of cities. That night, she dreams of Antwerp. Streets washed by rain, tram bells, light on windows. Edek walks beside her in the dream, free and unafraid. No uniforms, no numbers, just people, ordinary and miraculous. When she wakes, tears have frozen at the corners of her eyes. She wipes them quickly, ashamed of the luxury. He pretends not to notice. In truth, he's been dreaming of home too. A seaside town, waves folding against the shore. Freedom in his mind has always smelled of salt. Outside, dawn reddens the horizon. The candle burns to nothing. They extinguish the past and step once more into the cold. The forest's voice. The forest receives them again, but differently now. Not as fugitives, but as part of its own breathing. Branches close above, filtering the light into slow gold. Birdsong begins cautiously, as if testing whether it's allowed. They follow game trails, moving mostly by instinct. At times she swears she can feel the camp still behind them, like a heartbeat too far away to stop. Freedom, she learns, is not escape. It's exile in the open air. They rest by a fallen tree, sharing the last of their bread. She watches ants carrying crumbs with absurd diligence and thinks, the world continues even when we vanish from it. Edek traces lines in the dirt, paths, crossings, arrows. "We'll reach the border in 2 days," he says. She wants to believe him. The word border feels like fiction, but she accepts it anyway. The wind rises through the pines. It sounds like applause, or warning, or both. The quiet before the storm. By late evening, the clouds thicken again. Thunder mutters beyond the hills. They find another barn and crawl inside as rain begins, harder this time. The roof leaks in steady rhythm. Edek removes the soaked jacket, sets it aside. Without the uniform, he looks suddenly younger, almost fragile. Molla stares at him through the dim light, memorizing the face before history reclaims it. He meets her gaze. No words left to plan, only this, the fragile moment between storms. Outside, the rain drums faster, relentless. Inside, their breathing synchronizes once more, the same rhythm that once mapped their escape. It calms the world, even as danger gathers beyond the walls. She whispers, "Do you think the world will believe us?" He answers, "It must." The sentence lands heavy in the darkness. They sit like that until exhaustion wins, leaning against the same wall, eyes half open. Sleep comes, hesitant but merciful, and for a few brief hours, night itself feels like shelter sewn from fragments of hope. Chapter 6. The Forest, the Dogs, the Betrayal of Distance. The morning that waited too long. Dawn unfolds cautiously, a hesitant light filtering through mist. The forest smells of moss, bark, rain turned to steam. They wake stiff, damp, but alive. Molla brushes straw from her coat, listens. No voices, no engines, no shots, only the nervous quiet of creatures returning to their routines. Freedom feels lighter this morning, almost casual. They eat the last crust of bread in silence. Odette squeezes her hand once, a silent contract renewed. They shoulder the invisible weight of purpose and step back into the woods. Their breath fogs briefly in the air, then vanishes. The path ahead bends between birches and pine. For a time, even fear behaves. But the day, like all days born of miracles, is already running out of mercy. The shape of pursuit. It begins as an echo, distant, uncertain, a crack in the far-off rhythm of forest sound. Then another, sharper, closer, deliberate. They stop, listening. Odette's face tightens. Dogs. The sound expands, layering over wind and leaves until it becomes certainty. Pursuit has form now. Low barks, short commands shouted in German. The world has found their footprints. Molla's first instinct is disbelief. She'd imagined pursuit would come sooner, that the delay meant safety. But cruelty is patient. It waits until hope ripens before it plucks. They run. No words, only movement. Branches whip at their faces. Mud grabs their boots. The forest becomes obstacle and ally at once. Behind them, the sound multiplies. Boots barking, the harsh breath of certainty gaining ground. The river again. They reach the river they crossed days ago. It moves faster now, swollen from rain. Odette doesn't hesitate. He wades in, pulling her after him. The water bites, climbs, swallows. They push through, gasping, half swimming, half fighting the current. Behind them, shouts. Shots. Water erupts near their legs. They dive, cling to a fallen log, let the river carry them downstream. The world becomes soundless except for rushing water and pounding hearts. When they crawl out on the opposite bank, they're shaking, soaked, but unhit. For a moment they just lie there, lungs burning, faces pressed into mud that smells of life instead of ash. Then the dogs again, faint, then closer. The river has not erased enough. The field of tall grass. They leave the forest, stumble into open ground, a wide field of winter grass waving in low wind. Too exposed, but no choice. They move crouched, careful. The grass whispers against their coats, hiding them imperfectly. The horizon is endless. The nearest tree line far. Halfway across, a shout. Human, near. Odette grabs her hand, pulls her down. They crawl, breath ragged. A dog breaks from the trees, barking, scenting. Another follows. She looks at him, eyes calm despite the noise. He knows that look. It means she's already thinking beyond the moment. Run, he mouths. She shakes her head. The grass parts, sunlight flashing on metal. The first soldier emerges. Then another. Time collapses. Boots, shouts, the smell of sweat and gun oil. A rifle but hits Odette's shoulder. He stumbles, still trying to shield her. Someone seizes Molla's arm. She doesn't resist. Not yet. The forest stands silent witness, trees unblinking. The interrogation of silence. They're dragged to a clearing. A truck waits, engine idling like a growl. A lieutenant steps forward. Young, neat, eyes too cold for his age. He demands names, purpose, route. They give none. She stands straight, soaked, hair plastered to her skull, mud streaking her face. The cold no longer touches her. He raises his pistol, taps it lightly against her chin, almost curious. "You," he says in German, "how did you get out?" She answers in the same language, voice level. "Through the front door." He strikes her once. Blood fills her mouth. Copper and resolve. Edek lunges. A rifle barrel stops him short. He tastes his own failure, bitter as ash. They're shoved into the truck, hands bound, faces toward the floorboards. The road jolts beneath them, a rhythm they know too well, the sound of being taken back. The return. When the gates of Auschwitz reappear, it's like seeing a ghost of yourself still standing where you left it. The guards stare as the truck stops, disbelief mixing with cruel satisfaction. Few things delight bureaucracy like a circle completed. They're pulled out separately. Edek is dragged toward the men's block, she toward the women's. No time for words, only eyes meeting across the yard. That gaze is the last language they will share. Around them, whispers rise. They came back. No one knows whether to envy or pity them. The officer leading her inside mutters, "Angels don't fly far." She almost smiles. If she could, she'd tell him angels don't need to. The cell. Her cell is small, damp, bare. One cot, one bucket, one bulb that flickers like a nervous heartbeat. She sits on the floor and listens to the building breathe. Somewhere down the hall, footsteps, a cough, the occasional scream. It's a familiar symphony, and she refuses to conduct it anymore. They question her daily. Who helped? How? Why? She answers nothing. Her silence becomes weapon, shield, creed. Once, a guard leaves water within reach. She drinks slowly, deliberately, meeting his eyes. He looks away first. Pain comes in waves. She rides them without sound. If endurance had color, it would be the same gray as this cell. At night she hears a faint song, Edek's voice, somewhere beyond the walls. A melody barely audible, broken, persistent. It's the most beautiful thing she's ever heard. The memory of running. In the dark, she replays the forest in fragments, the bark beneath her fingers, the river swallowing sound, the shape of trees leaning toward escape. Memory becomes landscape again, the only place she can walk freely. She recalls Edek's hand pulling her from water, the brief burst of laughter that followed. Even now, she can feel it echoing against her ribs. She thinks of how freedom felt heavy at first, then lighter, then like air itself. That sensation has not died. It only hides under the bruises. She whispers to herself, "We did it, not in triumph, but in confirmation." Escape, even if undone, still happened. That fact alone breaks the system's logic. The officer's dilemma. The young lieutenant visits her once more, late at night. He brings no guards. He stands in the doorway, unsure whether to speak. Finally, why? The question sounds small, human. She studies him, the trembling hands, the eyes that avoid hers. He expects defiance or plea. Instead, she gives him truth, to prove it could be done. He nods once, not agreement, not comprehension, just recognition that the answer will follow him forever. Then he leaves. She closes her eyes. For the first time since capture, she sleeps without dreaming. The last morning of rain. Days blur. Pain becomes routine. The air grows warmer. Spring approaches. One morning, she wakes to the sound of rain. It taps the roof softly, rhythm like memory returning. For a moment she pretends it's the barn again, that the world outside still holds room for forgiveness. She stands, stretches, faces the window, a narrow slit of grey light. The rain slides down the glass, each drop carrying reflection. She sees her face, thinner now, eyes clear. A guard opens the door. "Roll call," he mutters. She follows, calm. Her steps are steady, her breath unbroken. Freedom, she thinks, is not the absence of captivity, but the refusal to kneel inside it. Outside, the yard waits. Same mud, same wire, same sky. But she is different, and the world knows it. Chapter 7. The World Inside the Cell. The Geometry of Light. Light has its own cruelty. It enters the cell through a slit too narrow to call a window, cutting the room into equal halves, visible and unseen. Every morning she watches it crawl across the floor, marking the hours like a sundial of endurance. The walls sweat. The air smells of rust and old rain. Footsteps echo in the corridor, some heavy, some hesitant, none belonging to mercy. She has stopped counting days. Time here has no edges. It folds like wet paper. Her only calendar is the flicker of the bulb and the rhythm of her breath. Sometimes she stands just beneath the light, letting it strike her face. Not out of vanity, but defiance. Even trapped, she can still cast a shadow. The interrogation room. They bring her there daily. 2 guards, same routine. Handcuffs, corridor, the smell of wet concrete. The room is small, too clean. A table, a chair, a single sheet of paper waiting like an accusation. The officer always begins the same way. Name, number, reason for escape. She answers none. Silence is her last language, and she speaks it fluently. It drives them mad. They strike her, ask again. She bleeds, asks them in return, "Why are you still here?" The officer flinches, though he hides it. He's young, the same kind of youth Edek once had before the world turned discipline into destiny. He doesn't know that cruelty has a sound, the crack that comes after you've already broken the object you meant to control. When the session ends, she walks back on her own. The guards don't drag her anymore. They've learned she can't be moved by force, only by purpose. The quiet rebellion of stillness. In the evenings, when the corridor grows dim, she listens. Somewhere beyond the wall, a man coughs, another prays. Sometimes, faintly, a melody, the same soldier's song Edek once hummed. The first time she hears it, she thinks she's dreaming. The second time, she hums back, almost inaudible. The 2 notes meet halfway through concrete and vanish. But in that moment, she feels the cell expand, as if the walls, shamed by the sound, move an inch farther apart. She spends her nights mapping this invisible distance. Every vibration, every echo becomes territory reclaimed. She remembers the forest, the river, the barn. Memory is her landscape now, and she walks it freely. When she closes her eyes, the air smells again of pine and straw. Freedom is still hers, just relocated. The guard who hesitates. One of them is different. Young, freckled, barely 20. He avoids her eyes, speaks less sharply, unlocks the door with an unnecessary gentleness. She studies him the way she once studied documents, line by line, tone by tone. He's afraid, but not of her. He's afraid of believing she might be right. Once, he forgets to close the door completely. For a brief second, she sees the corridor stretch empty before her. Grey, endless, possible. She doesn't move. Freedom offered by pity is still captivity. He brings her water that evening, though it's not allowed. She accepts, nods once. It's not gratitude, it's acknowledgement. I see your conflict. The next day, his post is changed. She never sees him again. Compassion, in this place, is as fatal as courage. The message through walls. One afternoon, she hears tapping. Morse, weak but deliberate. She leans her ear to the wall, recognizes fragments. Still here. Don't forget. They can't stop thought. It's Edek. The rhythm is shaky but sure. Her fingers answer against the plaster. Never forgotten. For an hour they talk in code, a dialogue without sound, carried through stone. He tells her he's been sentenced too, that he doesn't regret anything. She tells him she doesn't either. When the tapping stops, the silence feels enormous but not empty. It's filled with all the things that survived transmission. That night she dreams of him walking ahead of her through a forest where the snow no longer hurts. The visit. They send another officer, older, polished, smelling of cologne. He enters the cell with a kind of ceremonial disgust. "Why make this harder?" he asks. "You could have lived." She smiles faintly. "I am living," she says. He stares at her, confused, angry at his own incomprehension. He expects pleading, perhaps hysteria, not serenity. His authority has no weapon against calm. He leans closer. "What were you trying to prove?" She answers quietly, "That even here, choice exists." He slams the door when he leaves, but she knows he'll remember those words longer than she'll remember his face. The mirror that isn't. There's a small piece of metal fixed to the wall, dull, warped, meant for supervision. When she catches her reflection in it, it barely resembles a person. Cheeks hollow, lips cracked, eyes far too large. But behind the ruin, she recognizes something untouched. She studies herself as if examining a witness. What remains when everything else has been stripped away? The answer is startlingly simple. Dignity. Not pride, not vanity, just the refusal to forget her own outline. She straightens her back, smooths her hair, meets her own eyes in the dull metal. The gesture feels sacred, a ceremony of self-respect performed for no audience at all. The sentence. The verdict arrives on a Tuesday, carried by routine. Death by hanging, public. It's meant as warning, as theatre. The guard who reads it won't meet her eyes. She listens, head tilted slightly, as if receiving weather information. When he finishes, she nods. "Tell them I'll be ready." He stammers, unsure if she's mocking him. She isn't. She simply refuses to give them the satisfaction of surprise. When he leaves, she sits on the cot and breathes. Her hands are steady. Her pulse is even. She feels strangely weightless, like a story that's already written its final line and can now rest. The night before. The prison grows restless. Whispers move through corridors like smoke. Tomorrow. She lies awake, eyes open to the faint shimmer of light on the wall. She imagines Edek in his cell, perhaps doing the same. Somewhere, the rhythm of his breathing overlaps with hers. She speaks to him silently. We made it farther than they ever expected. She thinks of the snow that doesn't melt, of the barn, of laughter too brief to echo. Each memory sharpens rather than fades. She realizes that death cannot erase what has already become story. The guards avoid her cell now. They sense the shift, the strange power of someone beyond punishment. Her calm unnerves them. They whisper Die Engel, the angel. She doesn't correct them. It's not a title she chose, but it's accurate enough. Angels are messengers, and she has delivered her message. The hour before light. The world outside begins to pale. Rain whispers against the windows of the corridor. The bulb in her cell flickers one last time, then steadies. She stands, smooths her coat, straightens her shoulders. The door opens. A guard gestures. She walks forward without hesitation. The corridor smells of wet stone and oil. Each step sounds deliberate, a rhythm she controls. When they reach the yard, dawn is barely awake. Prisoners are assembled, forced audience to the regime's morality play. The gallows waits, crude, utilitarian. She looks up at the grey sky and exhales once. A sound like release. Someone whispers her name in the crowd. She doesn't turn. Her focus is forward, on the horizon beyond the wire, on the memory of trees that didn't betray. If fear remains, it hides behind purpose. She has walked this far. She will walk the rest. Chapter 8. The Yard That Watches. The morning. Snow again, fine as dust, falling through smoke. The yard is already waiting. Boots align, rifles glint, breath steams into the same pale air. The gallows stands at the center like an unfinished sentence. She walks toward it slowly, escorted by two guards who avoid her gaze. Her hands are bound but steady. Every step lands without tremor. A choreography rehearsed through years of obedience now turned to resistance. The camp holds its breath. From the windows of the barracks, faces appear like ghosts pressed against frost. Even the crows on the fence fall silent. The commandant watches from the steps, coat buttoned, eyes hidden by the brim of his hat. He's impatient, perhaps uneasy. He's never met serenity at work before. Molla's bare feet leave small, perfect prints in the snow. The sound of her chains is softer than the sound of the wind. She reaches the platform, looks up. The rope sways faintly, its frayed end brushing her shoulder. It smells of hemp and history. Someone reads the verdict aloud. The words stumble in the cold, bureaucratic syllables muffled by air that refuses to carry them. When the officer finishes, there's silence, the kind that knows it's being watched by time. The last gesture. They reach for her hands, but she moves first. Quick, precise, the motion of a surgeon. From her sleeve flashes something small, a razor fragment, stolen, hidden, preserved. Before anyone understands, she draws it once across her wrist. Blood blooms immediately, bright as poppy petals against snow. A gasp ripples through the yard, not fear, but awe. She lifts her arm high, the red spilling down her skin like ink across a page. Her voice rises, calm, clear, impossibly loud for its size. I will die as a person, not as a number. The words hit the air and stay there. Even the guards freeze. The rope dangles forgotten. The commandant shouts something, but his voice sounds smaller than hers. A shot cracks. The echo lingers. Her body collapses, but the posture of defiance remains etched into the snow, an imprint that the flakes refuse to cover. The witnesses. The crowd doesn't move at first. Shock has weight. Then someone sobs, not loudly, but as if realizing emotion still exists. Another follows. The guards bark orders. No one responds. The entire camp seems suspended between breaths. Edek hears the commotion from his cell. He doesn't know the details, only the tone, something irreversible. He presses his hands against the wall until his nails break. Then, faintly, a smell of smoke, the ritual of disposal beginning. He closes his eyes and whispers her name once, just once, so softly that even the walls can't hold it. Outside, snow keeps falling, erasing everything except that patch of red where she fell. The color refuses to fade. The cold preserves it like testimony. The commandant's shadow. Later, the commandant walks the yard alone, muttering. He stares at the stain, at the rope swinging idly in wind. No one dares meet his eyes. He tells his adjutant to wash the platform. The soldiers obey, but the blood remains faintly visible, like writing beneath erasure. That night, he drinks heavily. He dreams of her face, of words that cut deeper than bullets. In the dream, she stands in the same snow, untouched, looking past him as though he were already history. When he wakes, the hangover feels like guilt. He won't name it, but it will stay with him until his own trial years later, when witnesses speak her name again. The rumor. The story travels faster than boots. Within a day, every barracks knows it. Within a week, so do other camps. Each retelling changes slightly, but the essence remains. She cut her wrist. She shouted. She chose her own ending. The tale becomes insulation against despair. Women whisper it at night, pressing the syllables into each other's palms. Men recite it silently before sleep. The rumor itself becomes resistance, the belief that dignity can be louder than pain. In some versions she flies, in others she vanishes, in all she wins. The yard that remembers. Days later, snow melts briefly under a warm spell. The red mark darkens, sinks into the soil. A bird lands there, pecks once, flies away. The ground absorbs everything except meaning. Years from now, grass will grow over this spot, but its color will always be slightly different, greener as if fed by courage. Even the wind seems changed. It no longer howls here, only murmurs, as though repeating her final words to anyone who will listen. Edek's end. 2 months later, they hang him too. He walks calmly, head high, a small scar on his temple where the rifle struck him during capture. When asked for last words, he says simply, "Long live Poland." Then, in a voice softer but clearer, "Tell them we were not afraid." He dies quickly. The crowd doesn't flinch this time. They've already seen immortality once. But among them, someone whispers, "He followed her." And somehow, that sounds less like tragedy than reunion. That night, prisoners light a tiny scrap of cloth in his honor. They hide the flame inside a tin cup until it burns out. In its smoke, they imagine both their faces, hers fierce, his steady, blending into one continuous breath. The afterimage. Evening falls again on the same yard. The gallows still stands, empty, useless now. It has become monument against its own purpose. The sky clears. Stars emerge one by one, indifferent witnesses. The snow glows faintly in their light, smooth except for one small depression where the blood once was. A gust lifts powder into the air, glittering fragments spinning upward like ashes pretending to be constellations. The prisoners watching from windows think, just for a moment, that it looks like her, rising, dissolving, refusing to stay still. The testimony of silence. Weeks pass. Transports arrive. Roll calls continue. The machinery resumes its rhythm. But something has shifted. The silence between orders feels different now. Deeper, heavier, thinking. When guards shout, echoes hesitate before returning. When officers give speeches, their voices tremble on certain words. It's as if language itself has been contaminated by what she said. A witness later writes, "After her death, even the wind in the yard changed direction. History rarely records wind, but this one did." The yard watches still. Spring comes. The last snow melts into puddles that reflect the wire and sky in equal measure. No one mentions her aloud anymore, but her presence remains, not as memory, but as habit. When women walk through the yard, they straighten their backs slightly, without realizing why. When guards shout, they pause, however briefly, to measure their own voices against hers. The yard watches them all, patient, knowing, eternal. It has seen the system flex its power and then flinch before one human act. It has learned that courage, once spoken, cannot be unspoken. Somewhere beneath the surface, a single thread of red still runs through the soil, a vein of defiance feeding the roots of the birch trees beyond the wire. And on nights when fog returns, when the lights flicker and the wind blows from the lake, those who live nearby swear they can hear a woman's voice carried softly through the air, saying not a prayer, not a plea, just a reminder, "I will die as a person, not as a number." The yard listens, and so does history. Chapter 9. The Return of the Boots. The yard empties, the sound remains. The next morning, work continues. Whistles, roll calls, the monotonous clang of the camp's daily machinery. To an outsider, nothing has changed. But inside the rhythm, something has shifted. A small distortion in time, a pause between commands where silence lingers too long. The yard is empty now, yet still occupied. The snow where she fell has hardened into ice, gleaming faintly under the thin sun. When boots cross that patch, they slip. Men mutter. Women glance down, pretend not to see. No one dares to say why. But everyone knows. Even frozen, the ground remembers. The inventory. The officers hold a meeting. Papers shuffle. Voices murmur. Everything must be recorded, catalogued, neutralized. Incident concluded. One of them says, "Objects recovered. One razor fragment, one blood-stained coat, one pair of boots. The boots are standard issue, cracked at the seams, soles worn thin. They are placed in storage, tagged with her number, the same digits she refused to die by." The officer notes it without comment, unaware that he has just archived a relic. History loves its irony quiet. Later, a clerk tasked with cleaning the boots hesitates. The leather smells faintly of snow and iron. He wipes it anyway, but the stain beneath the laces never fades. The Whisper Network. That evening, whispers move like smoke through the women's barracks. They travel in fragments. She stood tall. She said no. She made them watch. Every retelling adds light. Facts blur. Meaning sharpens. Someone claims she broke the rope. Another insists she smiled before dying. None of it matters. All of it is true. In the far corner, an older prisoner murmurs, "Angels don't need wings. They only need witnesses." No one laughs. Faith has changed shape. It no longer rises upward. It passes sideways, woman to woman, hand to hand, breath to breath. The guards pretend not to hear, but rumor has weight, and weight changes posture. Even they walk differently now, avoiding her section of the yard as if superstition were contagious. The guard who collects silence. There's one guard who can't let it go. He's the one who escorted her to the gallows. Since that morning, he hears her voice every time he lights a cigarette, a phantom echo between the inhale and the match. He tries to drown it with work, with orders, with alcohol. None of it helps. When he dreams, the snow always falls upward, and she's standing in it, eyes open, calm. He begins collecting objects she once passed, a pencil stub, a button, a torn scrap of paper. He hides them in his quarters, unsure why. He never tells anyone. Years later, when the camp is liberated, those same items will be found in a drawer labeled miscellaneous. Historians will call them evidence. He would have called them confession. Odette's shadow. In the men's block, her story arrives like prayer. Odette's friends pass it to him through coded phrases. He listens without expression. She fought, someone whispers. She cut her wrist. She said she'd die as a person. He nods once, then says quietly, then she kept her promise. That night he scratches something into the wall of his cell using a nail. She walked through the gate twice, once as prisoner, once as proof. When the guards find it later, they erase it with lime. But words, once carved into air, tend to linger. Even lime can't silence them completely. The record. Somewhere, an SS typist fills out a report. Her handwriting is immaculate, her detachment perfect. Subject: Zimetbaum, Moller. Cause of death: suicide following recapture. No mention of words spoken, of blood in snow, of silence that rippled outward. The report ends neatly. Case closed. But the carbon copy will travel. Filed, stamped, misplaced, rediscovered decades later. Each time it's read, the space between the lines grows louder. Official silence has a way of amplifying what it tries to bury. The work continues. Days turn into weeks. The transports keep arriving. Numbers replace names. Names replace memories. The system continues its rhythm as if one act of defiance could be absorbed and forgotten. Yet the air disagrees. Something invisible persists, a vibration in the fences, a faint hum in the wires when wind passes through. Those who have been here long enough hear it at night. Some think it's the wind. Others know better. Moller's absence has become presence. Every command echoes slightly longer than intended. Every prayer, whispered beneath blankets, sounds closer to courage than despair. Freedom, it turns out, can survive even repetition. The interpreter. One day, a new translator is assigned to replace her. A young woman, Czech, trembling but precise. She sits at the same desk, touches the same typewriter, feels the indentations left by fingers that refuse to surrender. She types her first document slowly, as if afraid the keys might remember. When she pauses, she swears she hears a faint ticking, like breath trapped inside metal. That night she dreams of snow falling on ink, of paper that refuses to absorb blood. When she wakes, she starts keeping her own hidden notes. Names, dates, rumors, everything that the reports omit. Years later, those notes will become testimony. In that way, Moller continues translating, through others across time. The return of the boots. Weeks later, a shipment of worn footwear is prepared for reallocation. A guard carries the crate, muttering at its weight. Inside, the pair of boots with the faint stain still visible. When the crate tips, one boot falls, landing upside down in mud. He bends to pick it up, pauses. The tread mark it leaves in the earth looks disturbingly human, a perfect imprint of a step frozen mid-stride. He wipes his hands, unsettled, mutters something about superstition. That night, it snows again. By morning, the print is gone, but the story remains. Somewhere beyond the wire, spring is beginning. Somewhere beyond memory, she is still walking. The sound beneath the ground. Months later, when the camp begins to crumble under the weight of its own history, workers digging near the yard uncover a patch of soil darker than the rest. They don't speak. One crosses himself. Another whispers, "Here." They cover it again, pretending it was nothing. But at night, wind stirs that same patch, soft as breath. It carries her last words across the fences, across the fields, across years. "I will die as a person, not as a number." The sentence travels. It passes through barracks, crosses rivers, slips into diaries, finds its way into testimonies decades later. It no longer belongs to her alone. It belongs to anyone who ever refused erasure. And in this way, the story continues. One step, one whisper, one boot print at a time. Epilogue. The sky that still remembers. The world is quiet now. You're standing where the yard once was. The snow here falls softer than anywhere else, as if afraid to make a sound. The wire is gone, but the ground remembers. Grass grows over what was once mud, roots threading through soil that once carried footsteps and fear. Birdsong fills the space that orders used to occupy. The air itself seems lighter, but not empty. You listen. Wind slides between the birch trees, gentle, deliberate. It sounds almost like breath. Somewhere beyond the lake, a church bell rings. The note carries far, folding over distance, becoming something older than language. You close your eyes, and the years fold back. For a moment, you hear them again. The soft rhythm of wooden clogs in mud. The rustle of coats. The hush before a name is called. Then her voice, clear as frost. "I will die as a person, not as a number." It doesn't echo. It lingers. The difference matters. The world kept turning after that morning. Wars ended. Borders shifted. Cities rebuilt. But courage doesn't age the way history does. It stays suspended, waiting for recognition. You walk slowly across the field. The ground feels alive beneath your boots, not haunted, just aware. Every few steps, the wind changes direction, as if testing your resolve. There are plaques now, and flowers, and names etched in stone. Her name is among them, but smaller than you expect. You trace the letters with your glove, feel the cold metal bite back. It doesn't hurt. It clarifies. Beside you, a guide speaks softly to a small group. Facts, dates, numbers, statistics. The language of precision, the kind the world trusts more than feeling. But between each word lives something unsaid, something carried by tone, the reverence reserved for those who were more than what happened to them. The wind shifts again. You look up. The sky above Ravensbrück, or Auschwitz, or any other name the earth has been forced to learn, is still the same grey gold it was then. It doesn't forgive. It remembers. You imagine her walking beside you, not as martyr, not as ghost, but as motion. Her steps light, her breath steady, her gaze fixed forward. Every time you blink, the world she left seems a fraction closer to justice. Not enough, never enough, but closer. History likes to end things neatly. Stories like hers refuse to. They continue in the pause before sleep, in the quiet courage of small kindnesses, in every person who chooses compassion when cruelty would be easier. You reach the end of the path. Beyond the gate, the forest stretches endlessly, its trees whispering in languages older than borders. The air smells of pine and thawing soil. Freedom. The same word, but different now. You stop. Breathe. Somewhere deep in that wind, if you listen carefully, you can still hear footsteps. Hers, his, theirs, moving just ahead. Not fleeing anymore. Leading. Aftermath. The kindness that defied silence. Morning comes softly to Auschwitz. The frost glitters faintly on the stones, and the chimneys no longer breathe. The wire stands quiet, its barbs dulled by rust, its shadow a thin scar across the earth. You can walk freely here now, where freedom once cost everything. The sky has color again, pale and forgiving. But the air remembers. The air always remembers. Somewhere between the barracks and the birches, a name lingers. Mollah Zimetbaum. It moves like a whisper through the cold, through the years, through the slow machinery of forgetting. You follow it the way one follows a faint scent, cautious, reverent, unwilling to let it vanish. They called her the Angel of Auschwitz, not because she was untouched by suffering, but because she refused to let suffering define her. Inside a place built to unmake the human, she kept choosing to remain human, translating words, smuggling messages, carrying paper and hope in the same small folds of her sleeve. Her defiance was quiet, meticulous, the kind that leaves no noise, only proof. It said she helped others before she helped herself, that she shared bread until she had none left, that she carried news of families still alive, lies when the truth was too cruel, truth when lies would not heal, that she smiled, even here, not to deny what was happening, but to remind others that the world outside still existed, still had warmth. When she escaped, it wasn't for herself alone. She carried with her the possibility of telling the world, of tearing a hole in the silence so wide that light might slip through. For 12 days she ran toward that light, through fields, through hunger, through the cold that bit like an animal. When she was caught, she did not beg. She looked her captors in the eyes and told them she had seen freedom, and that was her final act of rebellion. To stand unbroken in a place designed for ashes. You walk along the same ground now. Snow falls lightly on your coat. The barracks are empty, wood and shadow, air and absence. But if you listen long enough, you can still hear the small, ordinary sounds of her world. Footsteps in frost, a cough, the rustle of paper, the quiet murmur of translation between despair and survival. The museum displays her photograph. The glass reflects your face beside hers, and for a moment, time forgets which of you belongs to which century. Her eyes are steady, not heroic, simply awake. They seem to ask nothing, only that you keep looking, because memory, like defiance, is a choice. There is no monument large enough for what she did. No speech, no stone, no ceremony can hold it. But perhaps that's the point. Some stories are not meant to be contained, only carried, passed from breath to breath, like a message smuggled beneath a sleeve. The kind of story that keeps the world slightly more human, even when it doesn't deserve to be. You think about the word angel, how it means messenger, how, in every faith and language, it describes someone who stands between light and darkness and refuses to move. That was Molla, a translator not just of words, but of mercy, a reminder that kindness, even when it cannot save you, still saves something. Dignity, meaning, the idea that goodness can exist alongside horror and not be erased by it. The snow thickens. The footprints behind you blur into the white. For a moment, you imagine her walking beside you, her steps lighter than yours, her gaze still forward. The air is cold, but you sense warmth. Faint, real, the kind that comes from remembering not just the pain, but the grace within it. The camp gates are open now. People enter to learn, to grieve, to promise never again. But Molla's legacy is quieter than those vows. It lives in every small act of courage, every time someone chooses compassion when cruelty would be easier, every time a lie is corrected, a stranger is helped, a story is told truthfully, even when truth hurts. You reach the edge of the forest. The snow drifts softly through the branches, the same forest that once watched everything and said nothing. Now, at last, it speaks, not in words, but in calm, in forgiveness too large for understanding, too fragile to name. You breathe. You listen. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rings, not for mourning, but for remembrance. And for the briefest moment, the air feels lighter, as if kindness itself had wings. Interlude 1. Between the Shadows. The first story fades, and for a moment, you find yourself standing in a quiet place between worlds, not quite inside the past, not quite outside of it. The night around you deepens, soft and unhurried, like a long breath being released. You pause here, letting the weight of what you've heard settle gently, like dust on an empty road. In this stillness, you walk through a narrow corridor of memory. The ground beneath you feels cold, but the air is calm, almost tender. You can hear distant footsteps, not sharp or hurried, but steady, deliberate. The footsteps of women who learned how to survive by moving quietly, by holding on to moments of hope even when hope was forbidden. You picture a single lantern glowing in the dark, its light trembling as if it, too, remembers fear. Yet it stays lit. It always stays lit. Around that small flame, you sense the presence of the women whose paths are woven through this compilation. Not as ghosts, and not as heroes, but as people who held on when the world offered them nothing to hold. As you stand with them in this quiet passage, the noise of the outside world slips away. The shadows lengthen, soften, lose their edges. In the dimness, you can almost hear soft voices, murmured encouragements, whispered names, the kind of fragile warmth that helped people survive in the coldest places. Nothing loud, nothing dramatic, just a thread of humanity running through the dark. The war continues outside these walls, but in this interlude, there is room to breathe, room to reflect, room to honor the small, stubborn acts of resistance that rarely make it into history books. A stolen moment of kindness, a shared piece of bread, a promise whispered under a watchtower's gaze. Soon, you will step into the next story. Another life, another quiet defiance, another woman walking her own narrow road. But for now, let yourself drift in this gentle pause, where the echoes of courage settle like falling snow. Part 2. Odette, the spy who wouldn't break. The chair is ordinary, and that is the cruelty of it. Your hands know their place, wrists cool against the grain. No labels, no declarations, only the slow instruction of the room teaching you the language of waiting. Light, metal, breath, silence. 4 words you will keep like a rosary. Thread them, pass them, return. The bulb flickers once, a moth's heartbeat. The door opens with a sigh that pretends to be gentle. There is a coat with braided loops, a face shaved to the wrong kind of perfection, and questions that are not questions. Paper slides forward. A name. Another name. Something about radio. Something about a line that ran from a town whose roofs remember salt to a valley where mountains lean in to listen. The pencil taps. The cup tips. The room wants your voice to become a bridge. You refuse to lay the planks. You look at the wood. The marks. The tiny crater where someone pinched a splinter free. A map unfolds in your mind. Coastlines traced by dusk. Lanes sown with bicycle tires. Safe houses that are only safe if the door knows how to forget your footsteps. Somewhere a child laughs in a memory that is not permitted here. You send the sound away like a bird that needs a different sky. Outside the pane, weather tries a key of its own. Rain fingers the ledge, then stops, as if the cloud has been told to wait its turn. You listen to the narrowness of your breath. You let it be common, small. The room is full of listening. The pencil, the bulb, the careful boots. You do not answer. You learn the art of unbuilding the bridge with quiet. Later, much later, someone will count the bones in the story and call it courage. Here, it is posture, a way of arranging your absence so that it cannot be borrowed. A scratch on the table becomes a horizon. The rim of the cup becomes a moon you do not need. Time loosens its shoelaces and sits down. Years later they will say, that day in the room with the shaking bulb, somewhere near the heart of a city that had forgotten how to sleep, a thread of history decided it would not break. They will give it a name with the dignity of metal. They will stamp it, pin it, hold it against velvet. But in this moment none of that exists. There is only light, metal, breath, silence, looped and looped until they become a kind of prayer. Outside, trucks cough and swallow distance. Beyond the river, a forest holds its breath with you. Somewhere down a corridor, keys speak in their little teeth language. Paper rustles as if finding a more comfortable lie. You remember the smell of seawater on a pier, the way rope tasted of salt and work, the shining of a code book at the edge of a candle's patience. You remember a mountain road with hairpins like questions. You remember a hand that had learned to trust the darkness without worshipping it. You are not the sort that breaks. You are the sort that bends and becomes quieter, which is another way of saying stronger. Chapter 1. The Call from the Fog. The river holds its breath. London, 1942. A city banked under blackout, glowing like an ember inside its own ribs. You stand by the Thames with your collar up and your hands quiet in your pockets. Rain walks across the water in fine, silver feet. Oil, wet rope, coal smoke. The smell of a city learning how to endure its own pulse. Somewhere behind you, a door closes on Baker Street. Inside, a desk lamp burns low over a map of Europe, edges browned where heat has leaned too close. Paper curls, pencil lines cross borders in soft, erasable courage. A typewriter pauses as if to think. The secretary's cough is swallowed by carpet and secrecy. You walk those corridors now. Linoleum sheens like a held breath. Frames along the walls show faces that never learned to look surprised. In a narrow office, a clerk with ink on his cuff writes your name and then, as instructed, crosses it out. He prints another, Sansom Odette, French-born, British by marriage. He looks up once, not unkindly, noticing that your hands do not tremble. The rubber stamp falls. The thud is a verdict, pretending to be paperwork. The major who will become your instructor does not offer comfort. He slides a cigarette across the desk without lighting it, watches how you take it. We won't ask you why, he says, not as a promise but a rule that has outlived its author. You nod because reasons belong to peacetime and to stories you will not tell. Outside the window, London is a radio set you can hear from the street. Footsteps on Waterloo Bridge, a tram's long sigh, boots ticking like a metronome you'll carry later into rooms where there is no music. Somewhere a bell marks the hour. It sounds like a coin dropped into a well whose bottom nobody has seen. Later, you sign a name that is not the one your mother gave you. The bulb flickers once, twice, steady. You will remember that small stutter in the light when other lights are deliberate and cruel. A file closes over your past. The clerk slides it into a cabinet that smells of damp wood and secrets. He writes a note to himself, new alias issued, quiet, composed, then scratches it out and replaces it with nothing. What he keeps is the sound your calm made in the room. They do not recruit you with speeches. They recruit you with an office whose windows refuse to show the sky, with a city asking gently whether you will help it remember how to breathe. The answer is already there, in fog that has learned the shape of ship masts, in doorways that were built for people who move without being seen. You say yes in the language of people who have already decided. There is a ladder in this work. Memory, then courage, then work, then silence. You step onto the first rung knowing that your feet will not make noise if you can help it. Someone hands you a small radio key. Its metal is colder than you expect, like the inside of winter. When you press it with your thumb, it answers in a dot, then a dash, a bland, miraculous heartbeat. Night comes down earlier now. Rain dots the river until it looks like paper under Morse. You turn away from the water and toward the map that has been waiting for you. It is only paper. It is also every road you will walk without leaving footprints. Light, metal, breath, silence. 4 anchors you do not yet know you will carry. You close your hand around them anyway. The lamp hums. The room learns your name and then forgets it on purpose. History in pencil. Courage in ink. You in between, becoming both. Chapter 2. Learning to disappear. Daylight here wears a uniform. Reveille through cloud. Orders in vowels pressed flat by sleep. You wake in a wooden baraque that smells of damp wool and soap. The windows rattling lightly as wind rehearses an argument with the panes. Outside, fields gather themselves into the kind of horizon that has to be crossed in silence. A blackboard waits. Chalk dust floats like tired snow. The major draws 3 circles that intersect but do not touch. These are lives, he says. Yours must pass among them without leaving a print. The chalk snaps. No one laughs. The joke isn't about humor. It's about the sound of something thin giving way. They fit you to a parachute under a hanger lamp that hums as if it remembers insects. Straps cross your chest like the beginnings of a map. Metal bites your collarbone cold. The instructor, a man who has learned to do kindness in the form of repetition, checks each clip twice, then checks them again for the sake of a guard he isn't sure he believes in. Leather, canvas, oil, the trinity of flight. Night is a door that opens on a moving floor. When it slides back, the air comes in with teeth. You count because numbers are the one promise that can be kept up here. 1, 2, 3. The world rearranges. For an instant you are a chord struck by the wind. Then the canopy opens with a blunt, domestic sound, like a curtain being yanked. Cloth snaps. Knuckles burn. Your breath is a metronome set to the speed of falling. England tips beneath you. Hedges and lanes stitched into a quilt left on the grass to cool. You practice radio until dots feel like heartbeats and dashes like doors you have already walked through. The key's lever is smooth as bone. The lamp is low. A cigarette burns to a ledger of ash and collapses without comment. In another room, maybe in London, maybe in a basement with a clock that forgets the hour on purpose, someone listens and writes your words into a book where names have learned to go missing. Between lessons, you learn other things. how to breathe behind a door without moving it, how to walk down a corridor so the floor decides you were never there, how to place a sheet of paper under a teacup so steam won't turn ink into weather. They call it tradecraft. You call it the erasure of your old life, written slowly and in tidy letters. At night, the women talk softly as if secrets can be bruised. One dreams of Marseille's salt, another of Aberdeen's gulls. You listen to their voices make a kind of harbor you will not enter. Light circles the ceiling. The bulb clicks as if swallowing. Its throat is made of tungsten and fatigue. You count the seconds between clicks and try to learn the tempo of not being afraid. On the radio in the corner, carefully muffled under a blanket, a voice that belongs to a nation says set Europe ablaze. It sounds less like a command than a prayer. Pencils hover. Someone crosses herself. Someone else tightens a bootlace as if faith were a knot you make tight enough to hold. The pistol range smells of cordite and damp cardboard. The recoil is a conversation your hands have with gravity. You do not love the gun. You learn it the way one learns a bad street, by memorizing where not to look. The wooden target takes your practice the way trees take weather. There is a man here who watches without seeming to. He has the posture of a clerk and the attention of a hawk. He writes a line in your file and then erases it, not because it was wrong, but because some lines are cheaper as ghosts. In his head, the line remains. She listens with her whole face. She does not ask the right questions because she asks none at all. He finds this reassuring. He also finds it frightening in a way that has nothing to do with you. You train on a scaffold meant to be a rooftop. The wind says the word roof and means fall. You move anyway. Breath condenses and vanishes as if your lungs were practicing the trick you will soon perform with your whole life. Another night, you jump again. The ground rises politely. The canopy opens like a decision made in secret and honored in public. Once, you land badly and sit in the mud-tasting iron in your mouth. You laugh because blood and courage are both metallic, and you have discovered a truth about taste that nobody needed to teach you. There are tests about how to lie and tests about how to tell the truth without giving any of it away. You learn the trick of leaving a room at a different height than you entered it. You learn that a window is a door that has forgotten what it was. You learn how to hide paper where heat won't find it. You learn to look like someone the world has no reason to keep. The last week arrives not with ceremony, but with a list. Equipment, phrases, maps small enough to fold into a pocket that has learned discretion. You practice your new name until your mouth wears it comfortably. You practice being from a town you've only seen on the side of a train. You practice a handwriting that is the ghost of your own. A dawn inspection. Breath in white ropes. The field radios glitter with frost as if decorated for a quiet holiday. The major passes down the line with his hands behind his back, the way men do when they need to keep from touching the future. The hardest part is waiting, he says. He means the 3 seconds before the parachute opens. You think of France, of the minutes that have learned how to hold whole afternoons inside them. You think of doors. You think of all the air between now and ground. In a shaving mirror, you practice the face of a woman who has nothing to hide. It looks almost like yours. The bulb hums. The room smells faintly of tin and soap. Outside, a rook takes the wind like a page and writes its black, wandering sentence across the field. Light, metal, breath, silence. You carry them as if they were tools. They are. You button your coat over them. The truck starts. Somewhere, far from this careful English morning, a small room in France waits to learn how to hear you. And you are ready to learn how to be heard without leaving a sound. Chapter 3. into occupied France. Night folds itself neatly over the English coast. Engines murmur behind canvas, and the wind smells of salt and aviation fuel. A Lysander waits on the field, black paint still wet in places. Its propeller idles like a heart that has not yet decided which direction to beat. You stand at the ladder's base, helmet strap between your fingers. A sergeant checks your harness, hands quick and wordless. His breath steams, yours doesn't. The air is that cold. When the pilot gestures, you climb. The cabin is cramped, ribbed with aluminum that shivers under your gloves. You crouch beside the door, headset pressing warmth into one ear. The instrument panel glows faint amber, a miniature sunrise hidden in metal. Ready, Odette? He means the name they gave you. You nod because names are equipment now. Issued, tested, expendable. The aircraft lifts. Grass disappears into shadow. The sea arrives beneath you, dark and infinite, stitched by the faint lace of waves. Moonlight glances off the wing. It looks fragile enough to fold and post home. For 20 minutes, no one speaks. The pilot chews a stick of gum until it stops tasting of anything. Your parachute brushes your knees with the rhythm of a pulse. Below, France stretches in soft geometry. Fields, villages, a railway that glints like a thread pulled too tight. You open the hatch on his signal. Wind enters like a shout in a church. You feel the weight of your own body shift toward the hole in the sky. 3 seconds is the world's shortest prayer. Then, silence. The chute opens with a slap that sounds nothing like grace. The air steadies. You count the swing, 1, 2, 3, until it feels rehearsed. Below, the lawyer glitters faintly, catching the moon like a blade. A dog barks somewhere far too early for comfort. You steer toward the darker field, the one with no lights, and land hard, knees folding into mud. Breath. Always breath first. You gather the canopy, pull the lines into a bundle that already looks like guilt, and bury them under hedgerow leaves. The grass smells of rain and gun oil. It's possible both have fallen here tonight. Footsteps approach. You freeze, only the eyes moving, the way you were taught. Then a voice, low, in French. Madam? A man steps from the hedgerow, face half lit by a hooded lantern. He's younger than you expected, boots unlaced, sleeves rolled. He holds the lantern out, and the light wobbles over your badge and the mud on your cheek. You are late, he says. You almost laugh, because even in war, the French are punctual about irony. He helps you into the cart without another word. The horse snorts, wheels turn. The road is rutted and smells of wood smoke, damp straw, and secrecy. At a farmhouse outside Tours, someone pulls open a trapdoor and gestures you in. A basement small enough to fit a radio, a table, and your life. The walls are stone that weeps in winter. You unpack your transmitter, touch each part as if greeting an old friend. Copper coil, tuning dial, Morse key, metal that remembers you. The first message to London is brief. Arrived safely. Contact secured. Network forming. You sign with a single initial that is not yours. The signal crosses the channel, riding static and luck. A British operator, somewhere in a London attic, hears it and exhales a smile into his logbook. He doesn't know your face. He only knows the rhythm of your courage. The next night, you send again. Then you wait. Waiting is half the profession. The other half is surviving the wait. Upstairs, the farmer's wife bakes bread in silence, the smell of yeast rising through the floorboards. Outside, a German patrol passes, boots clicking like coins on stone. You hold your breath until they fade, then longer, just to be sure. The world has become a ledger of sounds. The creak of chairs, the hush before a knock, the small sigh a match makes when it gives up its flame. You learn to catalogue them faster than fear. One evening, the courier arrives, a girl of 19 with hair pinned tight and a scar across one eyebrow. She speaks without adjectives, all verbs and timing. She leaves a bundle on the table, wrapped in brown paper and rain. Inside, codes, messages, a scrap of newspaper from Paris dated 2 days ago. She disappears again, swallowed by the ordinary night. You imagine her walking through fields with those papers under her dress, heart beating Morse against her ribs. You wonder how many of you are out here, unseen and learning to stay that way. Across France, the war hums like an engine you can hear but not repair. Trains run east, rumors travel west. In taverns, voices lower when radios crackle. A mother stirs soup with one hand and hides a leaflet with the other. Somewhere, a gendarme decides he has not seen what he has seen. You move between safe houses. A suitcase, a new name, another set of curtains through which you watch the same kind of moon. Each door frame smells of someone else's life. In Lyon, you wait in a cafe that used to sell postcards. In Limoges, you pass a message sewn into a hem. The cities blur. Courage takes the shape of patience. Sometimes, the radio fails. You sit beside it for hours, fingers hovering like a pianist unsure of the key. Static roars, clears, roars again. London is there somewhere, breathing behind the noise. When the connection returns, you tap gently, as if not to wake it. Transmission acknowledged. Hold position. You fold the paper. The ink smears in the humidity. The words remain legible but tired. Once, a train carries you through occupied territory. Soldiers in grey share the compartment. You pretend to sleep, chin on chest, suitcase between your knees. The youngest of them, hardly more than a boy, watches your reflection in the window. Perhaps he sees only fatigue. Perhaps he sees courage camouflaged as fatigue. The glass keeps its opinion. At a stop near Dijon, he rises, adjusts his cap, and leaves without a word. The carriage fills with silence, which you treat like oxygen. Outside, vineyards roll past in disciplined lines. War has not changed their geometry. You think of pruning shears, of grape baskets, of how peace always looks agricultural when you're not allowed to touch it. Winter comes without ceremony. Frost outlines every risk. You hide the transmitter in a crate labeled potatoes and move to a new attic. From here, you can see the river, frozen at its edges. The code key feels heavier in cold hands. You tap slower, steady. On the second night of snow, you send a message longer than usual. Arrests in Tours. Request evacuation for Matthew and Claire. Network compromised. You hesitate before signing. Then add, I remain at post. The sentence is both obedience and confession. London will receive it in 6 seconds. You will live under it for 6 months. Sometimes, you meet couriers in the open just to remind yourself that air still exists. A marketplace. The smell of onions and horse sweat. A coded phrase exchanged over a basket of apples. You nod and keep walking. Behind you, a child laughs. You remember laughter as something that used to require permission. By spring, the ground itself begins to feel watched. Trains arrive half empty and leave half alive. Each town invents new ways to keep secrets and new graves to hide them in. Your reports shorten. Supplies low. Contacts lost. Continuing. Even your handwriting forgets flourish. It walks across the page like a soldier who's learned economy. One evening you smell gasoline before you hear the engines. A car stops outside. Voices. German accents. A knock that does not wait for invitation. You burn the cipher pad first, quick and without regret. Ash rises, wavers, and disappears into the ceiling's wooden ribs. The radio you bury under the floorboards. The key you keep in your pocket because hands need something to do while pretending to be calm. When the door opens, light floods the room, too bright to belong to chance. A man in uniform steps in, gestures with a courtesy so practiced it feels like theft. "Madam Sansom," he says, almost kindly. He calls you by the name they should not know, and the room, obedient to history, begins its silence. Chapter 4. The Invisible Network. You don't remember the car starting, only the sound of tires on gravel. The door closing with that measured politeness the Gestapo cultivated like art. Rain presses itself against the window, making each street lamp into a streak of trembling gold. The city outside is still France, but it feels borrowed now, a place you're moving through on someone else's permission. The officer beside you says nothing. His gloves rest on his knees, fingers steady, as if patience were his rank. When he checks his watch, you notice how quiet the world must be for a second hand to matter. At Frane's prison, the walls glisten like wet stone after confession. A woman in a grey uniform takes your name down wrong and doesn't correct it. The key turns twice. Soft clicks that sound almost intimate. The cell smells of soap and old breath. On the bed, a folded blanket waits like obedience. Somewhere, a door closes. Somewhere else, a typewriter begins again. France, you think, has learned too many rhythms of surrender. Days fold into each other. Bread, water, waiting, a bucket exchanged without words. When the guard slides the tray in, the noise makes the spoon tremble against the plate, a small percussion of endurance. You count those sounds. They become your clock. Once, you hear footsteps pause outside your door, then continue. That's how memory works here, always almost arriving. The interrogations begin in morning light that tries to be merciful. They march you down a corridor that smells of ink and linseed oil. The walls are painted an institutional green, the color of patience when it starts to rot. You walk with your wrists tied lightly enough to remind you they don't need to hurt you to own your time. The first officer asks for your real name. You give him one of them. He writes it down, studies the letters as if they might rearrange themselves into confession. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. A second officer sits behind him, younger, face pale from indoor work. He watches your eyes instead of your answers. There is a note of hesitation there, the kind that appears when cruelty has begun to feel bureaucratic. You almost pity him, until you remember the ink on his fingers is from someone else's story. Between sessions, you're returned to the cell. The door closes like punctuation. Full stop. You sit on the floor because it's easier to listen that way. Pipes groan above you. Somewhere water drips with the precision of Morse. Dot, 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 dash. You start hearing messages in the rhythm. They always say the same thing. Still here. At night, the guards play a radio in their room. Dance music, laughter. The sound filters through the corridor, thinned by distance but not erased. You imagine people dancing in Berlin to that same tune, their feet erasing maps under chandeliers. You imagine them not knowing your name, and you find comfort in that invisibility. It means the world is still too big to conquer entirely. The next morning, your interrogation changes tone. The senior officer arrives, a man whose smile has been taught geometry. He wears his uniform like a belief. On the desk before him lie your coded notes, the ones they found in the false bottom of your suitcase. He taps them once with a gloved finger. "You were careless," he says. "It's meant to sting." You let the words fall between you like crumbs. They might lead somewhere, but not to what he wants. He gestures to the younger officer. A pencil rolls across the table, stops at your wrist. You glance at it, a harmless thing turned instrument. When you don't reach for it, he smiles again. "Write the names." You look at the blank page and think of light. How it moves across faces, across the river at dawn, across every room where someone is still waiting for a signal that says, "Safe." The silence between you thickens until it becomes furniture. He sighs, almost weary, as if disappointed by the predictability of courage. The next hours blur. Questions sharpen, voices rise, then fall again to that unbearable calm. You answer some with truth that has been rearranged, others with silence that has learned eloquence. They record everything as evidence that you exist. You use the same silence to prove the opposite. When it's over, they walk you back past other doors, closed, numbered, anonymous. Each one could be an echo of yourself. Weeks pass measured by interrogations, by meals, by the changing pitch of footsteps outside. You forget the days, but remember the light. Morning light is white, too clean. Afternoon light is yellow, like the end of something. Night light is blue, the color of thoughts that have lost their way home. Once, the younger officer offers you a cigarette. His hand shakes slightly. He pretends it's from the cold. When he lights it for you, you notice his pupils contract, as if afraid of the flame's honesty. You thank him in perfect German. He looks away first. Later that night, he dreams of you, standing in a field with your parachute, unbothered by gravity. He wakes angry, not because of desire, but because your defiance has entered the one place his orders cannot reach. Back in London, a man in a small, overheated room reads the latest intercept report. Agent Lees, presumed captured. He removes his glasses, cleans them with a handkerchief, and writes in the margin, "No confirmation." Then he circles it twice. He doesn't know that at that very hour, you are sitting beneath a single bulb humming the same note as his desk lamp. Different rooms, same electricity. He will go home that night, eat cold supper, think of you as a line in a ledger. You will dream of static resolving into a human voice. Both of you will wake before dawn, believing in work neither can prove exists. The third week arrives carrying winter. Frost climbs the bars like ivy. Your hands ache from stillness more than restraint. They ask fewer questions now, perhaps because you've already answered them all with silence. In one session, the senior officer leans forward. "Why endure this?" He says it softly, almost conversational. "Why suffer for a country that isn't even yours anymore?" You study the grain of the wooden desk. Each line is a road leading away from him. "Because," you say at last, "I decided so." He laughs, surprised by the economy of your rebellion. He calls for the guards, dismisses you with a gesture that tries for authority but lands closer to defeat. As you're led away, you hear him say something in German that sounds like foolish woman, stubborn silence. The younger officer doesn't reply. He's writing something again. Not a confession, A note to himself. She will not break. The transfers begin. New prisoners arrive. Old ones disappear without farewell. One morning your cellmate, a Polish nurse who once smuggled antibiotics inside loaves of bread, is gone. Her bunk still smells faintly of soap and earth. You fold her blanket and place it where her shoulders used to rest. By evening, a guard enters with an envelope. Your sentence, you think. Instead, it contains a train ticket. Destination: Ravensbrück. He reads the name aloud, savoring its consonants. You ask nothing. He shrugs as if to say, all journeys end somewhere. That night, you sit on the bunk and trace the letters in the air. They feel like frost forming on glass. Outside, a truck backfires. Inside, the bulb flickers twice before holding steady. A familiar rhythm. A small act of obedience from the universe. You close your eyes and remember the first lamp on Baker Street. The one that trembled the same way before deciding to shine. History, it seems, repeats itself in voltage. Before dawn, they wake you. The corridor smells of metal polish and coffee. Other women stand ready, coats buttoned, eyes reflecting whatever they need to survive. The guard checks his list, calls each name like a priest unsure of his prayer. As you step into the truck, the younger officer appears in the doorway, hat under his arm. He doesn't meet your eyes. He says only, "It could have been easier." You almost answer, but the words choose not to leave. He nods once, as if acknowledging the decision. Then the door closes between you with a sound that could almost be regret. The engine starts. Cold air pushes through the vents, carrying the smell of diesel and pine. Somewhere to the north, Ravensbrück waits, not as a place but as an idea the world hasn't learned to forget. You exhale slowly, the breath visible in the half-light. For a moment, it looks like a message rising through the air, trying to find its way back to the radios in London. Then it fades, absorbed by morning. Light, metal, breath, silence. You count them again, and the truck moves forward into history. Chapter 5: The Road to Ravensbrück. Dawn arrives thin and unfinished, like a page left half erased. You wake to the clatter of chains against wood, the rhythm of trucks reversing in the prison yard. Steam rises from exhausts, curling around boots, around orders shouted in German that no one bothers to translate. The smell is diesel, frost, and anticipation. Your wrists are bound with cord instead of steel today. A kindness, perhaps, or a counting. They herd you toward a line of women, French, Polish, Dutch, names whispered like contraband. Each carries the same small shape of fear under her coat. Above the gate, the winter sky refuses color. The younger guard counts heads, his pencil tapping the clipboard in sets of 5. You recognize the sound. It could be Morse if courage still had a frequency. When he reaches your name, he hesitates a fraction too long. Then, Fertig, done. The truck's tailboard slams shut with a clang that erases conversation. Inside, air tastes of iron and damp cloth. 30 women, 1 bucket, no room for grace. Someone coughs. Someone prays into her sleeve. The engine growls and Paris begins to recede. Not a city now, but a rumor told backward. Through a crack in the boards, fields unspool like torn photographs. Frost silvering the hedgerows, villages still pretending to be ordinary. A farmer raises his hand as the convoy passes. The gesture could mean farewell, or surrender, or habit. You file it under proof the world still notices. Hours turn circular. The body learns new mathematics. How many breaths fit between jolts? How many heartbeats between stations? A woman beside you murmurs numbers under her breath. Train schedules, recipes, psalms. It doesn't matter which. They all sound like home trying to translate itself. When night finally folds around the convoy, stars appear uninvited. You watch one shiver behind wire mesh. For the first time in months, you think of the sky as something that doesn't need permission. The train waits at a siding crowded with wagons marked Arbeits Transport. Guards shout, dogs answer. Metal hooks ring like church bells stripped of blessing. They separate you into groups of 80. The door slides open. The smell of straw and fear rushes out to greet you. Inside, the space is smaller than thought. You learn immediately what the body can give up and still count as living. When the door slams, darkness arrives fully employed. The floor sways, rough beneath your shoes. Someone strikes a match. Its brief light gilds faces already halfway to ghosts. In that flare you see a Russian woman cradling her daughter's scarf. No daughter, only the scent left on fabric. You look away because compassion can make confinement smaller. The train begins to move. Wooden walls creak like old pews. The hymn is wheels and distance. Every stop feels like an accusation. At each halt, guards open the door just long enough for air to remember what mercy smells like. Sometimes they throw in a loaf, sometimes nothing. Women fight, then apologize. Silence follows, heavier than the bread. You start to count breaths again. After a while, counting becomes prayer. After longer, it becomes discipline. Light, metal, breath, silence. Repeat until meaning wears smooth. 3 days later, someone says, Germany, and no one argues. Snow now outside. It falls sideways, hurried. The landscape has lost its vowels. Factories, pines, frozen rivers, all consonants of war. At the final siding, the train exhales steam like exhaustion. Doors slide open. Shouts, raus, schnell. You jump down, knees uncertain, air slicing your lungs clean. The platform is mud frozen into obedience. In the distance, towers. Wire that glitters in weak sun. A smell already known by those who have arrived before you. Burning mixed with disinfectant. Winter pretending to be order. Someone whispers the word Ravensbrück. It moves through the crowd like a wind that has learned grammar. Guards line the road. Rifles tilted towards sky as if aiming at hope. You walk because stopping would make you visible. Boots splash in melted snow. A truck passes carrying bundles that used to be people. No one asks which direction they're coming from. The camp gates rise ahead, forged iron shaped into letters you do not yet read. Beyond them, buildings precise as ledger entries, smoke climbing straight because even the wind has been disciplined. A woman in uniform inspects papers, face blank as porcelain. She looks at you the way a tailor studies cloth. The roll call yard opens wide, framed by barracks on both sides. Guards bark numbers. Names are no longer currency. You are issued a tag, a patch, and the lesson that individuality is expensive. A bucket of shears waits. Hair falls in dull handfuls, rolling across the concrete like forgotten intentions. Cold air kisses your scalp. Someone laughs. The sound is human and therefore punished. You watch it happen and memorize not the cruelty but the pattern. It might be useful later, if survival ever needs choreography. Inside the processing room, tables of paper, pens, files, the bureaucracy of oblivion. A clerk dips her pen, writes the date, then the camp number, 27221. She doesn't look up. You realize she could be you in another mirror. For a moment, you almost forgive her for surviving her own orders. The doctor examines you with a stethoscope that smells of vinegar. He asks if you can sew. You answer yes, because sewing means hands, and hands mean purpose. He nods, already forgetting the question. You are handed a dress of coarse grey, still warm from another body. The seams scratch. The shoes are wooden. Walking becomes percussion. A guard gestures toward Block 32. You obey. Obedience is a language everyone here speaks fluently. Inside the barack, rows of bunks stacked 3 high, air thick with steam and breath. Women huddle under blankets the color of regret. Someone coughs. Someone counts. At the far end, a woman with cropped hair murmurs, "French." You nod. She points to an empty space beside her. You climb in, grateful for geometry, the way 2 bodies can share warmth without ceremony. That night you dream of radios, of code keys tapping under soft hands. When you wake, dawn is already knocking. A whistle cuts the dark. Orders spill in German. Outside, the yard waits for inventory. Roll call lasts hours. Numbers shouted, repeated, corrected. Snow collects in the folds of uniforms. You learn to stand without knees, to breathe shallowly so the ribs don't argue. A guard walks the line, boots clicking like a metronome of obedience. When she stops in front of you, you meet her eyes by mistake. They are grey, not cruel, just empty of weather. She moves on. Work begins before the body consents. You carry bricks from one pile to another because purpose is arithmetic now. Hands crack, split, forget softness. At midday, soup so thin it reflects the sky. You drink and watch clouds move across the surface. They seem freer than anything that still has weight. Weeks blend. The camp invents its own calendar, measured in arrivals, in absences, in the color of smoke. Whispers become maps. Who still lives, who was seen, who will not return. Names traded like smuggled currency. One evening, the Polish nurse from the train finds you by the water pump. She smiles without teeth. "Still here," she says in a dozen languages at once. You answer with a nod. Silence translates perfectly. At night, you and others share crumbs of memory. One woman recites poetry without knowing why. Another traces the shape of her child's name on her palm until skin remembers. You tell them nothing of radios or codes. You tell them instead about the sea, the smell of salt, the way light breaks on water as if rehearsing forgiveness. They listen because stories are food that doesn't run out. Then, one morning, rumor. The front is moving. Distant thunder that isn't weather. Guards talk faster, their laughter shorter. Hope tiptoes through the barracks like a thief uncertain of its welcome. You begin to collect details. The tone of engines overhead, the direction of smoke. Each could be meaning. Each could be mistake. But meaning, even false, is a form of survival. That night, frost creeps in through the cracks. You pull the blanket tighter and count again. Light, metal, breath, silence. For words that still belong to you. You think of London, of a lamp that once flickered twice before holding steady. You think of the young clerk who wrote your alias in pencil, certain someone would erase it soon. You hope he was right, because erasure here means endurance. Outside, somewhere beyond the wire, the forest keeps its own counsel. Wind moves through the pines with the sound of paper being turned. Perhaps history is already writing the next page. You close your eyes, exhale once, and let that sound carry you there. Chapter 6. The Camp of Women. Light. Metal. Breath. Silence. For words you carry like smuggled bread. Ravensbrück teaches them new meanings, one winter day at a time. The Yard of Numbers. Dawn arrives like a rule you can't appeal. The whistle cleaves the air, and the baroque empties its bodies into the cold. Women moving in lines that pretend to be straight. Frost stiffens the mud. Boards creak. Pines on the horizon hold their breath with you. Roll call is a mathematics of cruelty. A German female guard, cap square, clipboard steady, speaks numbers into steam. The column repeats each number back, as if calling a lost name across a lake. A woman sways. Another woman's hand appears at her elbow. The gesture so small the guard's eye slides past it. Kindness here must learn the grammar of invisibility. You stand still until stillness becomes a technique. Head level, shoulders quiet, breath shallow enough not to be seen. The wooden clogs turn every shift of weight into percussion. You think, if listening were a skill that could be awarded a medal, this yard would glitter. A tower clock marks an hour that isn't true. Time here is a wheel stuck in winter. You watch smoke lift from a chimney and decide to let the sky keep the seconds. It seems more qualified. When the count is finally correct, the guard taps her pencil once. The tap is a permission slip for suffering to move indoors. Work detail. The sewing room smells of damp cloth, boiled starch, and wrists. Tables in rows, needles in rows, women in rows, silence in rows. You sit where you are told. Hands remember the kindness of work and try to mistake this for it. You stitch seams for uniforms that will belong to men who will never know your name. The thread burns the skin in the same place each hour. You decide to let scar tissue be your glove. A German overseer passes, heals a metronome. Her gaze is not hatred. It is indifference learned to a high polish. Sometimes indifference is the heavier chain. Opposite you, a Polish medic turned seamstress measures a hem with eyes trained on a different horizon. She hums under her breath. 2 notes, then a third, each the length of a stitch. If the overseer hears, she hears only industry. Behind you, presses thump down rhythmically. Iron jaws biting steam and cloth. Metal breathes. Women don't. Somewhere a machine belt squeals, and the room looks up without moving. At midday, you're handed soup in a dented tin. It tastes of turnip that changed its mind. Across from you, a Czech student holds her cup in both hands and looks into it as if divination might work on broth. After 3 sips, she has learned the future. More of this. The bell clangs. Needles resume their piano. You tuck the thimble into your palm like a prayer no one will confiscate. Signals. Ravensbrück is a map made of rumors. You learn its language quickly. A lifted chin means not now. A slow blink means later. A glance at the floorboard's 5th nail means hide. A crumb shared with the left hand means I still know how to give. At the pump, you trade a sentence with a woman whose German rings with Vienna. She once sang for rooms that wore chandeliers. Now she counts buckets, not applause. Her hands are raw, but her eyes are still stage lights. Still here, she says, the camp's only boast. Still here, you answer, the camp's only anthem. That evening in the laundry, you watch steam bloom from basins as if the water were learning to breathe for all of you. On the wall, someone has scratched a word with a nail. Morgan. Tomorrow. It could be a threat. It could be a promise. You decide to let it be a door. You carry messages the way the body carries salt. Quietly, everywhere. A spool of thread passed palm to palm becomes news of an old comrade seen alive. 3 taps on a bunk post at lights out says, "We wait. We do not forget." No names. Names are candles. They show too much and blow out too easily. A German female guard with a face like shut weather walks the aisle between bunks after curfew. She pauses beside a woman murmuring scripture into her blanket. "Lies," the guard says, softly, and moves on. For a heartbeat you wonder whether mercy can survive in a uniform. Then you remember. Survival is a shape without a dress code. Lessons in endurance. The camp teaches you what to do with pain. Fold it carefully, store it where the breath won't trip over it, return to work. You take inventory of the body the way quartermasters count boots. 1 bruise, 2 cracked places, 10 fingers, all present. You decide not to name the aches. Unnamed things can't be summoned by the wrong mouth. When a woman collapses at the press, 3 others position themselves so the overseer sees only efficiency. The medic's thumb finds a pulse. The student's hand finds a rag. Your own body finds the floor bucket and kicks it over on purpose. Water everywhere. An accident that looks exactly like one. The overseer swears and fetches new cloths. By the time she returns, the fallen woman is sitting again, a washerwoman who has earned the right to breathe twice. You think of London and a clerk who wrote your alias in pencil. Pencil was wise. Pencil means a life that can be corrected without tearing the page. Between details you are sent to the infirmary with a bolt of torn cloth. Beds. A regiment of suffering sponsored by inadequate blankets. The nurse from the pump, Polish, ties a sling with a ferocity reserved for love. She sees the cloth and smiles with half her mouth. "Bandages," she says. You nod and say, "Curtains," so the room can hear the wrong thing. On a cot near the stove, a Russian woman stares at the ceiling where the heat peels paint into small white continents. A map of a world that forgot her. You stand in the doorway and memorize the shape of those continents. Later, you will trace them inside your palm when you need proof that something peels away from cruelty and becomes weather. Weather report. Snow migrates out of the weeks and rain takes its place. Pine resin sweetens the air under certain winds. On days when the front speaks in the far distance, the geese fly lower, practicing escape lines. You read the sky like stolen mail. The siren sounds twice in 1 week for reasons no one is told. Guards glance at each other with new mathematics in their eyes, the subtraction of certainty. At roll call, an officer mispronounces a syllable and blushes under her anger. You do not smile. But inside, something small stands up and stretches. At dusk you watch light become threadbare around the fence line. In that seam between day and night, the world feels undecided. Undecided things are interesting. A wind lifts, and the wires sing a note that might be called hope if you were a less careful person. You call it tone, file it with every other sound that has carried you this far. Crosscuts. London, evening. A clerk, different from the first, same species of patience, holds a file marked with your code name and sips tea steeped too long. A memo crosses his desk. Reports indicate increased activity near Furstenberg. He underlines Furstenberg as if ink could become distance reduced. At his elbow, a radio operator tunes past dance music to the hiss that means listening is righteous work. Berlin, midnight. A junior official drafts a requisition for more fabric, more thread, more bodies to move the thread. He rubs his eyes and thinks, not for the first time, that the war is a machine designed to consume nouns. He files the form. The machine thanks him by requiring a new form. The camp, pre-dawn. You lie awake counting the heartbeats that fit between the stove's breaths. In the bunk above, the Czech student whispers multiplication tables like psalms. Outside, a fox prints a brief red autobiography in the snow before the guard's boots rewrite it. The quiet rebellions. Resistance here rarely looks like cinema. It looks like a woman breaking bread 3 ways instead of 2. It looks like a needle palmed and not returned. It looks like someone who still says please to a ladle. You learn the art of the extra stitch, the one that makes the seam thick enough to chafe if worn too long. You learn the art of the missing stitch, the one that will require mending far from here. You are careful. You are meticulous. You are never caught because your face wears the perfect expression, the absence of opinion. Once, a guard slaps a woman for nothing more than existing too near a doorway. The sound is paperwork signed in skin. 3 hours later, that same guard trips on a bucket left half a step to the left. No one laughs. But 5 bunks sleep warmer that night. A rumor arrives like spring in a room with no windows. Names of women moved to a block with less smoke. The rumor is false. Even false rumors can be vitamins. You swallow it anyway. Let the body have a day of brightness. Letters without paper. At night you write letters to your children in the language of breath. 1 breath means breadcrumbs on the table after breakfast. 2 breaths mean the sound of a drawer closing softly. 3 breaths mean do not be afraid of the dark. It is where stars live. You compose to your husband in the language of metal. A key turning once. I kept faith. A key turning twice. I kept silence. A key not turning. I am still here. You fold each letter into the muscle between your ribs. No guard searches there. The body remains the last undiscovered country. Inventory of light. Here is the light you are allowed. Dawn light, thin, administrative. Laundry light, hot, damp, almost kind. Stove light, orange, unreliable, coveted. Moonlight, illegal but generous. Here is the light you carry. A lamp in Baker Street that flickered twice and then stayed. A lantern in a French field where a young man said you were late and then helped anyway. The phosphor glow of a radio dial, tiny planet in a secret sky. You polish these lights the way other women polish their wooden clogs, with spit, with sleeve, with stubbornness. Nothing shines. Everything persists. A day ends. The whistle returns you to bunks. A guard's steps recede down the aisle like weather moving on. Someone coughs. Someone prays. Someone sleeps without remembering how she managed it. You lie on your side facing the sliver of window that admits a shard of night. Frost flowers on the pane like breath that decided to hold still. You count again, not to reach a number, but to make counting the shape of safety. Light, metal, breath. Silence. 4 anchors in the dark water. A moth taps at the bulb's enamel shade 3 times, rests, taps again. Even fragile things make a sound when they insist. The camp exhales. The forest answers with needles whispering secrets to each other beyond the wire. Somewhere, very far and almost here, the future changes its weight from one foot to the other. You close your eyes and put your hand flat against the plank wall. It is cold, steady, real. The night presses back with equal conviction, and for one held moment, you and the world agree on stillness. Chapter 7. The Liberation. Collapse. The world ends the same way it began, with noise pretending to be order. Engines snarl beyond the fence. Boots run where boots used to march. The guards shout to one another, syllables colliding, authority leaking from their voices like air from a cracked tire. You wake to the sound of the sirens stuttering, not calling roll but warning no one. Women rise, startled out of habit, unsure whether to stand, to hide, or to hope. The tower lights blink twice and go dark. The yard looks suddenly enormous without supervision. Someone whispers, "They're leaving." Someone else says, "Don't believe it." Belief here has been rationed longer than bread. You press your hand to the wall, cold, vibrating, and feel the camp's breath changing. Metal doors slam in the distance. Keys clatter without purpose. For months the world has been a machine that ran on fear. Now the gears slip. You listen to the sound of history stalling. By noon, the main gate stands ajar, unguarded but not inviting. Smoke drifts sideways from the crematorium, its final punctuation hanging unfinished. Snowmelt pools along the yard, reflecting sky, a sky too blue, too ordinary. It feels wrong for beauty to be punctual. Exodus. Orders come from nowhere. March. You march. Habit is stronger than liberty. The column snakes through the forest road, a procession of grey dresses and silence. Guards trail behind, rifles slung loosely, their attention divided between orders and self-preservation. The air smells of thawing earth, of things that might grow again. Pine needles cushion the steps. Birds test their voices and stop, confused by so much movement. A woman ahead of you stumbles. Another woman catches her. Neither speaks. The gesture is fluent by now. By dusk, the column halts near a frozen pond. The guards argue in low tones. A truck arrives, then leaves. The sound fades into the same direction everything else has gone. That night you sleep sitting up, your back against a tree, the bark digging its own diary into your shoulder blades. Wind passes through the branches like breath through a flute. You dream not of freedom, but of rooms with doors that close softly. Even imagination moves carefully after captivity. Morning, no guards. Only the trail of their boots in slush leading nowhere in particular. The forest holds its silence as if protecting you from believing too quickly. First light. You walk until the horizon begins to make sense again. A road, a river, a signpost half buried in mud, letters spelling Furstenberg, a village that has lived all this time beside horror and learned to pronounce denial as daily life. A farm gate creaks. The farmer's wife stares, flour on her hands, eyes unsure whether to offer or defend. She fetches water, sets it down, retreats. You drink slowly, remembering how to own thirst. Farther along the road, a sound grows. Heavy engines, a deeper accent of machinery. Not German. The rhythm is unfamiliar. A promise approaching. You stop in the middle of the road, unable to move in either direction. The truck appears. White star on the hood, canvas flapping, mud on its smile. Voices shout in English. For a moment, the syllables are just sound. You've forgotten the translation for safety. The Allied medic who jumps down first looks impossibly young. He scans the group as if looking for his mother's photograph. He says something, soft, rehearsed, kind. You don't answer. Your body doesn't yet believe verbs. He holds out a blanket. You hesitate, then take it. Warmth weighs almost nothing, but it's the heaviest thing you've lifted in months. The road back. Trucks, triage tents, the arithmetic of mercy. Soap, broth, bandages, questions asked gently and answered with shrugs. You sit under canvas that smells of iodine and straw. Someone writes your name on a tag and pins it to your sleeve. You watch the letters form, Odette Sansom, as if they belong to a woman being invented in real time. The medic returns, clipboard in hand. France. You nod. He smiles as though nationality were a cure. They take your temperature, your pulse, your history. All three are irregular. You eat bread slowly, as if to apologize to it. A nurse washes your hair with motions that belong to forgiveness. Later, a journalist appears, notebook trembling. He asks what it was like. You look at his pen, the same shape as every pencil in every office that ever recorded obedience, and say, "We were alive." He writes it down, disappointed by the brevity of truth. What remains? You are driven through towns that have learned to smile with broken windows. Children wave because waving is easier than comprehension. Men in uniforms, different, friendlier, salute because procedure survives everything. The roads smell of rain and diesel and beginnings. At a border checkpoint, a British officer reads your papers twice. He offers tea that tastes like ceremony. When he salutes, you nod instead. Ranks feel smaller than gratitude. Days later, a transport plane hums across the channel. You sit near the window, wrapped in army blanket and disbelief. Below, the sea glitters. Same water, different meaning. You count breaths between waves until the coast appears. England, grey, damp, stubbornly familiar. Someone on the tarmac holds a clipboard. Someone else holds flowers. You step down and the wind finds your face again, recognizing it. The hospital in Surrey smells of soap and second chances. Clean sheets, nurses with gentle eyes, windows that open. You sleep for 12 hours straight. When you wake, your first thought is quiet. The lamp still burns. Letters arrive. The first from London HQ, for conspicuous courage under captivity. The second from a woman you met for 5 minutes 3 years ago. We never stopped listening. You read them both aloud once, then fold them into the drawer with the blanket. Paper, cloth, proof that texture survived ideology. One afternoon, you walk in the garden behind the ward. The wind moves through daffodils. Their stems bow, rise again, bow. The sound is applause at the wrong volume. You accept it anyway. You stop beside a puddle that mirrors the sky, pale and exact. Your reflection looks older, lighter, uncertain. You smile because uncertainty is a luxury. Somewhere across the channel, the camp still stands, half dismantled, half defiant. The barracks echo with birds. The wire rusts into forgetfulness. But the air keeps the frequency of your breath, the faint morse of persistence. If someone listened closely enough, they might still hear it. You close your eyes. The sun is weak, but it's real. Light on skin, no bars between. Metal distant, breath deep. Silence, finally voluntary. The world exhales. And you, for the first time in years, inhale without counting. Chapter 8. The Aftermath. Light, metal, breath, silence. The words return as citizens, no longer fugitives. They walk beside you through rooms that open and close softly. Testimony. The courtroom smells of oak and ink and rain carried in on people's coats. Windows are tall enough to reconsider the sky. A clock presides as if time itself were a witness called to the stand. You sit where they ask you to sit. A Bible, a glass of water, a microphone that makes breath a public record. Barristers adjust papers with the choreography of certainty. Reporters bend over notepads, their pencils already knowing how the story will prefer to be told. They ask for facts. You give them chronology instead, because cruelty, like music, must be measured to be recognized. Days you can name, nights you cannot. You describe the green corridors of Fraines, the dining room hush of the interrogation rooms, the stitchwork of Ravensbrück. Numbers, whistles, the grammar of obedience. Each sentence arrives without decoration. You refuse to adorn what refused you. They ask what it felt like. You let the question pass by. A train that does not stop here. A feeling would relocate the audience into your body. You are not a place for tourism. The defendants watch, faces trained to declare bureaucracy blameless. One of them studies the window, eyes narrowed as if sunlight were a cross-exam he didn't prepare for. Another stares at the table, learning the wood grain by heart. A new memorization, this time without orders to guide him. The judge thanks you. It sounds ecclesiastical, this gratitude. You nod, step down, and leave by a side door that smells of polish and relief. Outside, London rain rehearses forgiveness on the pavement. Forgiveness does not attend today. But rain has never been good at reading the agenda. The quiet medal. You are called to a ceremony where people stand straighter than usual. A hall with flags that bring their own weather. An official reads words designed to be remembered by people who were not there. For courage. For gallantry. For enduring what could not be asked. He pins the medal to your dress. It sits cold, then warm, then ordinary. Applause blooms and fades. You hear your name as if addressed to someone across a river. Photographs happen to you. Light made into squares that will insist on a story, even when the story insists on silence. Afterward, you step outside into a small, docile rain. A woman you don't know touches your sleeve with 2 fingers and says, "Thank you." You answer, "For what?" She blinks, smile holding, and says, "For staying." It is the nearest anyone comes to understanding. At home, you place the medal in a drawer with letters whose folds have learned their angles. You close the drawer without ceremony. Recognition is not the opposite of suffering. It is a light that knows where you keep the shadows. The house learns your silence. Walls have to be retaught how to listen after war. You speak softly. They answer by not echoing. A kettle remembers its own job. Windows accept fingerprints without requiring explanation. You relearn domestic languages. How to measure flour by memory. How to grease a pan with a folded piece of paper you read yesterday. How to set knives on the drying rack so their reflections do not surprise you. You arrange cups on a shelf so the handles point in the same direction. Not control, alignment. At night, the house makes the old nocturnal noises. Pipes confessing, wood remembering trees. You catalogue them as you once catalogued footsteps in corridors. This is a kinder taxonomy. You begin to sleep without an inventory between you and the dark. Your hands forget to tremble. They do not forget where trembling belongs. Letters returned. The post arrives with a clatter, the vowels of other people falling through the door. Some letters are from strangers who prefer devotion to accuracy. They write of bravery the way tourists write of sunsets. You answer with 2 sentences, both honest, neither helpful. Thank you for your kindness. There were many of us. Other letters come from women who survived different rooms. Their ink is steadier. They write in lists because lists are where chaos finally owes you money. Name, taken. Number, issued. Friend, lost. Silence, kept. Daybreak, believed in without evidence. You reply by hand. Paper against wood. The sound is domestic thunder. You sign your name and think of the pencil line a clerk once erased on purpose. Your name has become a place people visit to remember that endurance is not a myth. One afternoon, a letter carries a fragrance that stops you mid-breath. Lavender, or the ghost of it. Inside, a photograph from before the war. 3 women on a step, knees touching, heads leaned together. On the back, a single line. We were there too. You place it on the mantel, not for display but to learn where the light falls in late afternoon. It finds their faces first. History is a lamp that gets its choices right exactly often enough to keep you polite. The work of memory. You are asked to speak in schools. Children sit upright in plastic chairs, their attention notoriously literate. They ask the exact questions adults avoid. They ask, "Were you scared?" You tell them fear is not a color. It is weather, and you dress for it. They ask, "Did you hate them?" You answer, "Hate is noisy. It would have betrayed the work." You show them a small radio key, not the original, but accurate to touch. Metal, cool, cooperative. You let them press it. Feel how a dot insists and a dash refuses to apologize. You teach them how listening can be kinetic, how silence is not absence but architecture. In museums, you stand quietly near your own display as visitors read the placard and glance at your photograph for resemblance. Some recognize you, some don't. Both are correct. You were there and you are here. The curator asks if the text should say more. You suggest fewer adjectives. She smiles, surprised, and removes 2. A small victory for nouns. The shape of peace. Peace comes to the body like a letter misdelivered. You recognize your name, but the handwriting feels convinced you live elsewhere. You open it anyway. You learn the rituals of ordinary danger. Boiling milk without letting it climb the pan. Crossing streets with faith in brakes. Forgiving a door for closing quickly. Your heartbeat stops rehearsing sirens when a chair scrapes the floor. You invite friends and discover that laughter is an instrument you still know how to tune. There are days when a sound passes too close to a memory. A key, a shout, the slap of a newspaper against a hand. On those days you go to the sea. The horizon is a line that will never sign paperwork. Waves arrive with the punctuality of mercy. You breathe their rhythm until the body remembers that breath was never the enemy. At the greengrocer, you choose carrots as if selecting violin bows. At the ironmonger, you run a thumb along the cool, ridiculous curve of a door handle you don't need. Owning not necessary things becomes a modest revolution. The mind relents. The world makes room for meanings that are not survival. Crosscuts. A German apartment, years later. The former junior officer, the one with good handwriting and a failure to sleep through winter, repairs a clock that belonged to his mother. He oils the gear that once stuck at 10 minutes to midnight. The clock ticks again, but with a limp. He lets it. Repentance has a rhythm. He is trying to learn it. A London office. A clerk, older now, opens a file marked with your alias. Inside, messages on onion skin paper, pencil rubbings of courage. He removes a duplicate, places it in a folder stamped exhibition loan, and writes a note in the margin, "Return with gratitude." He underlines return twice. A classroom in Marseille. A child stands to read a report titled La femme que René Parseed. She stumbles on seed and corrects herself, cheeks flushing. The teacher does not help, because the lesson is to keep walking through a sentence that wants you to stop. A garden in Surrey. You prune a rose that has survived 2 late frosts. It responds with more roses. because plants like to be consulted. You gnawed, as if answering a question the bush had the courtesy to ask softly. Rooms that remember you. There is the hall with the bronze plaque. You visit on a weekday when no ceremonies deplete the air. Fingerprints have collected around your name as if strangers had tried to leave heat for you to use later. You touch the metal, and it does what metal does, acknowledges without promising. There is the memorial by the lake at Ravensbrück. You go alone. The water keeps its sentence, long and slow. The wind leafs through the pines. A bench waits with a small brass plate engraved with someone else's name, and you sit there gladly, borrowing the furniture of grief. On the far shore, children, distant, legally joyful, throw sticks for a dog. It returns them with a zeal that belongs only to the living. You watch and do not turn away. Survival requires the ability to look at happiness without suspicion. There is the museum where your uniform hangs behind glass. A child presses her palm to the case, then pulls it away, leaving a print that fades by the time her mother says don't. You consider leaving your palm beside it, two ghosts negotiating a handshake. You leave only breath on the glass, and even that is careful. Inventory of gratitude. You keep lists again, but they're not of danger. They are domestic gratitude, specific as stitches. The click a door makes when it decides to be closed, then changes its mind. The weight of a sleeping child against a shoulder that used to carry vigilance. Bread that forgives you for eating it slowly. A lamp that hums with electricity sent by no one who wishes you harm. The way wind edits trees without malice. Shoes that are leather, not wood. Knives that cut only food. A radio that plays music nobody fears. The word later used without dread. The word home used without proof. You keep the list on paper that does not need to be hidden. You pin it inside a cupboard door where it can surprise you kindly while you reach for salt. A life begins again. Years learn to pass without asking permission. The body, pleased, stops counting. You do not become someone else. You become the version of yourself the war could not write over. When people say, hero, you smile as one does at a child who has drawn a house with no door. You say no, gently, and if they insist you say, perhaps, but not alone. Then you tell them about the woman with stage-light eyes at the pump, about the Czech student's multiplication prayers, about the Polish nurse who tied slings the way sailors tie hope to storms. You name as many as memory allows because the roll call of the afterlife deserves accuracy. On a summer evening, at a window that has decided to be generous with air, you sit with a cup of tea and listen to the neighborhood learning dusk. A bicycle bell, someone laughing 2 streets over, a dog conducting its family back indoors. You open the drawer, take out the medal, and hold it until the metal takes the temperature of your hand. You set it down beside a small radio key no museum has borrowed yet. Metal beside metal, both converted from weapon to instrument by context and afterthought. You touch the key, lightly. Dash. Breath. Silence. The room recognizes the language and remains calm. Far away and very near, the sea is saying what it has always said. Arrive. Depart. Arrive. You stand, close the window, and let the house hold your name without argument. Not broken. Not louder. Simply here. And the light, finally, does not flicker before it stays. The quiet frequency. Even silence has a pulse. You hear it in the way wind moves through pines at Ravensbrück, in the click of a radio dial finding rest between stations, in the hush that lingers on water after a stone has forgotten its fall. It is the sound the world makes when it is done keeping secrets. Years later, you walk along a coast where the tide writes in cursive. The air tastes of salt and iron and forgiveness. Waves approach, retreat, and approach again, each one an unfinished sentence waiting for history to stop interrupting. The sea carries no ranks, no borders. It remembers everything but accuses nothing. You stand with your shoes in your hand, the wind tugging at your sleeve as if to remind you how light feels when it isn't rationed. Far offshore, gulls turn circles the way questions do when they no longer need answers. You count their wings until they become dots in the grey. Then let your eyes return to the horizon, that faithful line where the future still begins. In London, the lamp on Baker Street still burns. Someone else occupies the desk now, writing new names into new files. 4 wars that are always younger than the people who must survive them. The lamp hums softly, a filament remembering the woman who once signed papers under its trembling light. Perhaps the light remembers you more accurately than any archive. Somewhere else, in a classroom, a teacher recites your story. Children listen in the language of wonder and fatigue. Outside, rain starts, gentle and repetitive. No one complains. The teacher pauses, and for a moment the only sound in the room is the rain saying, "Remember softly." Memory does not vanish. It migrates. It moves from skin to paper, from voice to wind, from photographs to the pause between them. Each retelling makes the silence a little less heavy to lift. You have learned to live among echoes. They are not ghosts. They are the architecture of proof. They make space livable again. When you open a window, you can feel them rearrange the air so it flows toward peace instead of away from it. You still keep the medal, but not on display. It lies in its drawer, quiet, obedient, unpolished. A punctuation mark for a sentence the world is still finishing. Beside it rests the radio key. You touch it sometimes, not to send, not to call, just to feel the memory of connection humming beneath your thumb. A language older than victory, simpler than grief. Dash, light, metal, breath, silence. The code that once divided life from death now spells something gentler. Home. At night, when the house forgets itself into sleep, you listen. The kettle cooling, the tree outside measuring the wind, the hum of the distant city that has forgiven you for surviving it. You think of the others, the nameless, the numbered, the not forgotten. They come quietly, as if checking that you're all right. You assure them you are. They leave without closing the door. There will always be more wars, more couriers, more women asked to keep impossible secrets. But there will also be lamps that flicker and then hold steady. There will be hands that learn how to help without command. There will be silence used not as punishment but as peace. You walk through your garden at dusk, roses heavy with rain, the soil smelling of persistence. A petal falls against your wrist, a small, deliberate weight, reminding you that gentleness was always the bravest language. The sky deepens to blue-gray, the color that held you all those years and refused to break. You stand still long enough for the first star to choose you. Somewhere, a radio left on in another room picks up faint static, a frequency that isn't static at all, but memory tuning itself to gratitude. Aftermath, the silence that survived. The prison is gone now. The walls were torn down long after the war, the stones carted away, the rooms repainted into ordinariness. If you walk there today, you might not recognize anything. Just a building in a quiet city, traffic humming past, windows open to sunlight. But the air still knows. Air always remembers where silence was kept too long. You stand in that imagined room, the one with the trembling bulb and the marks on the table. The light is softer now, but it still falls the same way, slanting across wood, searching for the outline of a woman who refused to answer. Odette Hallows, born Sansom, daughter, mother, courier, spy. A thread of resolve spun through fear, stretched but never broken. She carried messages, names, lives folded into paper and risk. She carried them through occupied France, through nights where every footstep was a coin toss between survival and capture. When the Gestapo took her, they believed time would do what pain could not. They were wrong. Odette learned how to turn silence into a fortress, one built not from walls, but from will. She let their questions die of exhaustion. She protected those she loved with the only weapon they couldn't confiscate, her refusal. You can almost hear it now, the stillness between questions, the deliberate rhythm of her breathing. In that rhythm lived a kind of freedom the captors could never touch. Every second she withheld a word. She reclaimed a piece of the world they were trying to own. Later, after liberation, she would speak softly of it. She would downplay what she had endured. She would say she only did what needed to be done. But others who saw her, who saw the scars that would never fade, understood. Courage, when it's real, rarely raises its voice. It just keeps going. You step into the courtyard where the prisoners once stood for roll call. Grass grows where boots once crushed gravel. A sparrow lands on the stone well and drinks without fear. It's hard to imagine that cruelty once lived here. Hard, and therefore necessary. Because forgetting is how silence begins again, and Odette's life was the opposite of forgetting. She survived Ravensbrück. She survived torture. She survived the idea that mercy was weakness. And when she walked free, she carried none of their hatred with her. Only her truth, steady, quiet, intact. There's a story told by those who met her after the war, that she never spoke of vengeance, only of values, that she refused bitterness, even when it would have been easy, that she believed humanity could be rebuilt, piece by piece, the same way trust is, slowly through proof. You look up. The sky is gray, gentle, indifferent. You imagine her gaze meeting it, not in triumph, but in relief. Freedom was never the absence of walls. It was the return of choice, the ability to speak again, to tell the truth without fear. And she used that voice not to glorify suffering, but to remind the world how fragile conscience can be, and how worth protecting. In her later years, she lived by the sea, the same sea she once crossed in secret. Waves folding against the shore, endless, patient. Perhaps she found in that horizon a reflection of her own endurance, calm on the surface, immense beneath. Maybe that was her reward, to stand in the open air, feeling the salt wind on her skin, and know that silence, once her armor, had finally become peace. You walk away from the ruins of the past, but the feeling follows you. It isn't sorrow. It's something quieter. Gratitude, perhaps, for the reminder that strength does not always shout, that heroism can look like stillness, that there are people in this world who would rather suffer than betray what's right. The light fades. The wind carries the faint smell of rain, and for a moment the whole world feels paused, as if it too is holding its breath in respect. Interlude 2. The quiet between footsteps. The next chapter waits ahead, but before you enter it, you step into another quiet space, a narrow bridge between memories, lit only by the faint glow of distant horizons. Here, time slows once more. The echo of footsteps fades. The night deepens into a softer dark. You breathe, and the world around you shifts into something weightless. This interlude is a place where the stories you've just traveled through gather and settle, like leaves drifting to the ground after a long wind. You sense them behind you, the women who endured interrogations, camps, loss, fear, and the slow erosion of freedom. But you also sense something else, the steady heartbeat of defiance that carried each of them forward. In the silence, their strength becomes clearer. It isn't the strength of warriors or soldiers, not the kind the world often celebrates. It is quieter, more fragile, and in many ways more powerful. It is the strength of someone who keeps going, who whispers comfort in a dark barracks, who remembers someone's name when the world tries to erase it, who holds a friend's hand even when punishment waits outside the door. You walk through this dim corridor with no walls, only soft outlines of memory and the faint suggestion of snow falling through the air. The cold does not bite. The shadows do not frighten. Everything here feels slowed, muted, almost kind. This is the quiet between footsteps, the moment where endurance gathers itself before stepping forward again. A distant railway hum fades into the night, blending with a soft murmur of wind across empty fields. Everything you hear feels far away, softened by time, and yet the emotions remain close. The courage, the sorrow, the fragile threads of hope that stitched these women's stories together. In a few breaths, you will return to the path, to another story shaped by resilience and the stubborn belief that even in the darkest places, something human can survive. But for now, you rest in this stillness, letting the echoes of their strength settle around you like a quiet snowfall. When you're ready, the journey continues. Part 3, Ravensbrück, Women of Endurance. Frost clings to the wire, delicate as lace, cruel as memory. Beyond it, the forest waits, silent, patient, pretending not to see. Inside, rows of women stand in the yard, their bodies outlined in mist. They are wrapped in uniforms that once had color, now drained to the same hue as the fog. No one speaks. The sound of boots far off is enough to make silence the only safe thing. A guard clears her throat. A whistle breaks the air, short, sharp, final. You pass through them like smoke, between faces that look both young and ancient. A teacher from Krakow, a nurse from Lyon, a seamstress from Oslo, a woman who once sang on a stage in Prague, a mother who no longer remembers the weight of her child. They stand shoulder to shoulder, yet each alone inside her own storm. Somewhere in the barracks, a door bangs. Steam rises from a tin bucket, the morning ration of water already freezing around the edges. Hands move quickly, passing the bucket down a line, each woman taking a sip like a prayer. One drop too long, and the next will have less. It is the arithmetic of captivity. Smoke drifts from the chimney of the kitchen block. The smell is not of food, but of something burned beyond naming. The dogs bark. The roll call begins. Names are shouted and swallowed by wind. Numbers replace them. Easier to remember, easier to forget. You watch the scene unfold not as an intruder, but as witness, the kind who arrives too late to help, but too soon to look away. History moves slowly here, thick as syrup, congealed by fear. Every sound is a measurement of power. The click of heels, the jangle of keys, the low hum of women counting days in silence. There are over 100,000 who will pass through these gates before it's done. Women from every corner of occupied Europe. Political prisoners, resistance couriers, Jehovah's Witnesses, doctors, mothers, spies. each assigned to labor until the body forgets its own shape, each learning the same vocabulary: hunger, obedience, endurance. The camp was built to contain, but it could not contain the truth of what it created. Even now, when the frost cracks and the birds refuse to sing, something of their strength lingers. It moves through the air like a pulse, faint but unbroken. You notice it in small things: the hand that steadies another's shoulder, the whisper of a forbidden song, the way a thread of light finds its way through barbed wire. These are the details history often forgets, but memory refuses to release. The guards walk the perimeter with rifles resting in their arms. Some avert their eyes, others do not. Above them, a tower watches everything, indifferent as the sky. The lake nearby lies frozen, its surface smooth as glass. Beneath it, reeds curl and sleep, waiting for spring that will take years to arrive. Inside the camp, time folds in on itself. Morning, noon, evening, all blur into one long winter. And still, the women stand. Some will survive, many will not. But for now, in this narrow space between darkness and daylight, they remain, breathing, waiting, enduring. Chapter 1: Blueprints of Control. The idea of order. Before the camp existed, there was only water and forest, a still lake called Schwetzsee, framed by birch and pine. In summer, the air shimmered with dragonflies. In winter, the ice formed perfect, glassy sheets that could hold a child's reflection. It was the kind of place where the world seemed incapable of cruelty. Then came the lines on paper, measured, exact, indifferent. An architect's pencil scratching over blueprints in an office hundreds of kilometers away, each stroke transforming quiet landscape into geometry. Barracks, towers, walls, wire. It began as all systems of control begin, with a sketch, a table, and a man convinced that order could perfect the world. Heinrich Himmler imagined Ravensbrück not as chaos, but as precision. A camp designed exclusively for women, built near the town of Fürstenberg, far from the front, close enough to Berlin for oversight, far enough for secrecy. It would serve as a re-education center, a place where disobedient women could be corrected through work. The words were chosen carefully: clean, bureaucratic, almost gentle. They disguised the truth the way a wall hides a grave. Construction began in November 1938. The first workers were prisoners from Sachsenhausen, men who would build the foundation of the place that would later cage their wives, their sisters, their daughters. They cut down trees, poured concrete, hammered stone. The cold bit into their hands, but the blueprints did not care. Himmler visited the site twice. He looked out over the lake and saw not beauty, but potential. He spoke of efficiency, of supervision, of loyalty. He spoke of obedience as architecture, and Ravensbrück would be his model. By spring 1939, the fences rose, the watchtowers gleamed, and the gates were ready to close. Stone and silence. Every wall begins with silence, and Ravensbrück was built from it. The silence of men who followed orders. The silence of townspeople who saw the barbed wire go up and asked no questions. The silence of a world already holding its breath, waiting for war. The camp's design was simple, efficient, like a diagram of submission. At its heart stood the Appellplatz, the roll call square, where hundreds would stand motionless for hours, snow melting on their shoulders, dust rising around their ankles. To the north, the barracks stretched in perfect symmetry, rows of wooden rectangles, each containing tiers of bunks and the smell of fear. To the south, kitchens, workshops, punishment blocks, and beyond them, the crematorium, a a small building with a tall, polite chimney that smoked only when the wind allowed. The architecture itself became a kind of ideology. Every angle, every corridor, every tower was designed to remind those inside that they were being watched, not only by guards, but by the geometry of the place. Even the light obeyed. It fell in sharp divisions, bright on one side of the yard, shadow on the other. To cross from one to the other was to step between two worlds. The town nearby continued with its life. Trains, bakeries, postmen, market days. From certain hills, one could see the fence glinting in the sun like a second horizon. But few looked too long. It was easier to believe the stories, that it was a labor camp, a correctional facility, a place for difficult women. Easier not to imagine the cries that sometimes drifted across the water at night. In the camp's first months, dogs patrolled the perimeter, their shadows moving faster than the guards themselves. Inside, the barracks filled slowly. Beds, uniforms, tools, all arranged with the same cold efficiency as the blueprint. The system was ready. It only needed people. The first women arrive. May 1939. The gates opened to the first transport. 867 women from Lichtenberg, an older prison being emptied for something new. They stepped off the trucks and into the smell of fresh paint and wet earth. Some carried small bags. Most carried nothing. The guards stood at attention, rifles gleaming, boots polished to mirrors. The commandant, a woman named Johanna Langfeld, watched in silence. At first, most of the prisoners were German, political opponents, Jehovah's Witnesses, asocials, and those who had refused the new order. They were told they were here to learn discipline through labor. They would sew, clean, and build, for the Reich, for redemption, for as long as it took. But the lessons taught in Ravensbrück were not about redemption. They were about endurance. Each woman was stripped, shaved, disinfected, and issued a number. Her clothes were replaced by coarse grey fabric, her name erased by the click of a typewriter. A triangle of colored cloth on her chest would now define her: red for political, purple for religious, black for asocial. The hierarchy was as precise as the architecture. Every morning began with a whistle, shrill, slicing the dark like a blade. Women lined up on the Appellplatz, their breath forming clouds that hung over the yard. Those who faltered were punished, not for what they had done, but for breaking the pattern. Work followed: quarry, construction, factory. Every movement measured, every mistake recorded. It was not the labor itself that broke them. It was the repetition. By winter 1940, the camp held nearly 3,000 women. They came from all across occupied Europe: Poles, Czechs, Dutch, Norwegians. The languages blended into a strange silence. Too many accents to understand, too much fear to speak. They communicated through eyes, gestures, fragments of song. Even in captivity, they found rhythm, the small defiance of surviving another day. The system breathes. Systems learn to run themselves. At Ravensbrück, that lesson came quickly. The guards gave orders, the coppos enforced them, the prisoners obeyed, and soon the machine required almost no words. It was efficiency at its purest form, cruelty automated through habit. The camp became its own organism. It breathed in transports and exhaled corpses. It pulsed with roll calls, work details, punishments. The soundscape of the place settled into something disturbingly familiar. Boots, dogs, clogs, the faint hum of sewing machines in the workshops. And beneath it all, the quiet breathing of thousands of women learning how to disappear without dying. At night, the barracks smelled of damp straw and soap. Some women prayed in whispers. Others stared at the ceiling and counted cracks. Some still dreamed of home, others no longer dared. The stars above the camp looked the same as they did over Paris, Warsaw, Oslo, but here they meant something else. Unreachable, indifferent, free. From the towers, guards watched the rows of huts glowing faintly under weak bulbs. They smoked cigarettes and listened to the wind drag across the wire. For them, it was a posting. Not home, not war, just duty. Some felt pity. Some felt nothing at all. In the morning, the cycle began again. Precise as clockwork, merciless as weather. Work, count, work, count. The camp was alive, but not with life, with control. It had become what the blueprints always promised. A world where obedience was architecture and silence was law. And through it all, the women remained. They carried the weight of the system on their backs, and somehow, in the smallest gestures, they defied it. A hidden crust of bread, a shared glance, a whisper of a song from home. Each act a blueprint of another kind, the architecture of endurance. Chapter 2. The Language of Labor. Work as doctrine. Before the first machine ever arrived, work already had a language here. It was the gospel of the Reich, the creed that turned punishment into purpose. Arbeit mocked free, they said elsewhere, but in Ravensbrück, work didn't pretend to make anyone free. It was the translation of control into motion. Every order carried the same refrain. Work will make you better. Work will make you obedient. Work will make you silent. The sentences changed, but the meaning didn't. In the logic of the camp, to be still was to be useless, and to be useless was to disappear. The women learned the grammar quickly. Hands replaced words. A gesture from a guard meant lift, carry, scrub. A whistle meant stop. A shouted name meant punishment. Even fatigue had a syntax. The slump of shoulders, the tremor of fingers, the faintest hesitation that could mean a blow. Work began before dawn. Women lined up, heads bowed, wooden clogs sinking into the mud. The guards counted them as one might count inventory. Precisely, indifferently. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and frost. Then came the movement, out of the barracks, into the workshops, the fields, the quarry. Hours stretched into eternity. When one ended, another began. Time was measured not in minutes, but in blisters. Those who faltered were sent to the Strafblock, the punishment block, where labor became deliberate torture, carrying stones from one pile to another, only to carry them back again, digging holes, then filling them, tasks without meaning, but full of intent. The lesson was not in the work itself, but in the submission it demanded. By late 1940, the system was refining itself. The SS discovered that punishment could be profitable, and soon, work would no longer be a moral experiment. It would become an economy. The factories within. In 1942, the gates opened for Siemens. Trucks arrived carrying machines, wires, metal parts, and men in suits. They walked through the camp with notebooks and blueprints, studying the terrain the way one studies an investment. The lake shimmered nearby. The sound of hammers echoed from the distance. Inside the barbed wire, a new industry was being born. The Siemens workshops rose beside the barracks. Long, narrow buildings filled with benches, lamps, and drills. Soon, over 2,000 women would be assigned to them, building electrical components for airplanes, submarines, and weapons. The irony was bitter. The same hands that had once sewn dresses, written letters, held children, now assembled tools of destruction. The shift began early. The smell inside the workshops was different from the barracks. Oil, metal, ozone. Machines hummed endlessly. The women worked bent over, eyes straining under weak light. Every motion was monitored by 4 women, some SS, some prisoners themselves. Silence was mandatory, precision expected. Mistakes could mean a beating, a transfer, or worse. Outside, Ravensbrück still functioned as a camp. Inside the workshops, it became a factory. Guards transformed into supervisors. Whips turned into schedules. The cruelty evolved, less visible, more systematic. Production reports were filed, quotas recorded, contracts signed. On paper, Siemens profited. In flesh, the women paid. The rhythm of the machines became part of the soundscape of the camp, a low, constant drone beneath the daily roll calls. To those outside the fences, it might have sounded like progress. To those inside, it was the voice of captivity itself. Some prisoners preferred the factory to the quarry. The work was indoors, the guards less violent, the chance of survival higher. But the cost was slower, more insidious. Days blurred. Voices faded. The mind learned to detach, to move hands without memory. At night, when the machines fell silent, their echo remained. The women would close their eyes and still hear the whirring, a phantom rhythm in their bones. The women of the machines. There was a hierarchy even in suffering. Those assigned to Siemens were often envied by others. They were less exposed to the weather, more likely to receive scraps of extra food. But they also bore a different kind of weight, the guilt of surviving by serving the system. One woman, a teacher from Warsaw, later wrote that she would count the screws she made each day, not to track productivity, but to remind herself that her hands still obeyed her. She whispered the alphabet under her breath, as if each letter was a protest. Another woman carved a small cross from a piece of wire and hid it inside her sleeve. Tiny acts of defiance threaded between gears and bolts. The older prisoners taught the new arrivals how to survive. Never make eye contact with the overseer. Never work too fast. It raises quotas. Never stop moving. Never show pain. These unwritten rules passed from mouth to mouth, like psalms in a language older than fear. Sometimes a song would rise, soft, almost imperceptible, from the far end of the workshop. It wasn't permitted, but it wasn't always punished. The melody drifted between machines like smoke, fragile but persistent. It carried names, places, and the faint memory of warmth. Even here, even in the heart of the machine, humanity found a way to hum. The guards rarely intervened. They were tired too. The work exhausted everyone, body, will, conscience. In this exhaustion, the system thrived, because fatigue is obedience's most loyal friend. The meaning of work. By 1943, Ravensbrück had become a hive of labor, not just Siemens, but tailoring, leatherwork, armaments, even experimental workshops where women were tested for efficiency. The camp had learned to consume its captives entirely, mind, body, time. Some believed the work might save them. Those who produced were less likely to be sent to the transport, the word that meant death without saying it. So they worked harder, faster, quieter. They found meaning in motion, because motion was safer than stillness. Others stopped believing entirely. They moved through the days like shadows, their hands doing what the mind refused to register. The repetition dulled fear, numbed grief. But in that numbness, a strange clarity emerged. If everything could be taken, names, bodies, futures, then what remained was the choice not to surrender the self. Work, in its cruelty, became an accidental teacher. A woman from France later described the moment she realized that survival itself was an act of rebellion. They wanted us to be machines. But every time I thought of my mother's face while turning a screw, I was human again. That was the paradox of Ravensbrück. The system used labor to erase individuality, and yet, through the very rhythm of labor, individuality refused to vanish. The body remembered warmth. The hands remembered creation. The heart remembered song. When night came, the women filed back through the gates, passing under the same words they had seen that morning. The stars hung over the lake, reflected faintly in the water, countless points of light trembling but unbroken, and beneath them, the women moved like a tide of ghosts, carrying both exhaustion and a secret kind of victory. Because even here, within the language of labor, they had learned to speak another dialect, one made of glances, endurance, and the silent refusal to forget. Chapter 3. Experiments in Obedience. The logic of pain. Every system eventually hungers for proof. Ravensbrück was no exception. It had measured obedience through labor, control through silence, but now it sought to measure endurance through pain. The doctors arrived in 1942, wearing white coats and polished boots. Their names were long, their signatures confident. They spoke the language of science, but their laboratory was a prison. They called it research, but what they studied was suffering itself. The orders came from Berlin. The SS Medical Division, under Himmler's authority, authorized a series of clinical trials on women prisoners to test treatments for battlefield wounds and infections. The justification sounded noble on paper, to save German soldiers. But the laboratory was Ravensbrück, and the subjects were Polish women, young, healthy, intelligent, and expendable. They called them the Kaninchen, the rabbits. 74 in total. Their selection was deliberate. Educated women, members of the Polish underground, captured couriers, students, nurses. Their intellect made them dangerous. Their bodies would be made examples. The experiments aimed to simulate war injuries, fractures, infections, muscle grafts. Sulfonamide drugs were tested by first creating wounds, deep, deliberate, contaminated with bacteria or soil. The doctors recorded the results with detached curiosity. Fever, swelling, necrosis. Some died. Others lived to limp for the rest of their lives. The data filled notebooks, but the silence filled the camp. The prisoners who survived remembered the doctors' voices. Calm, academic, precise. No hatred, only method. That was the horror, the absence of emotion. Because evil delivered as procedure leaves no echo, only documentation. The room of needles. The operating theater was small, bright, sterile, windowless. Light reflected from metal trays, instruments lined like an orchestra of control. The smell of disinfectant hung thick in the air, layered over something sweeter, metallic, blood. Women were carried in on stretchers, sometimes conscious, sometimes not. Some were told they were being treated. Others knew. They looked at each other with eyes that had already learned to speak without words. The first incision was always quiet. A slice through skin, a pause, then the voice of the surgeon dictating notes to an assistant. Tissue removed, muscle cut, bone scraped, bacteria applied. Sometimes the wounds were sewn up with shards of glass still inside, to study infection. Sometimes they were left open, dressed and reopened days later. All of it observed, catalogued, analyzed. In the evenings, the doctors dined with officers in the commandant's house. They laughed, toasted, discussed results. The war, they said, demanded sacrifice. They never mentioned whose. The women who were operated on were returned to the barracks, bandaged, feverish, trembling. Their bunks became hospital beds without medicine. Those who could move tended to those who could not. They changed dressings with stolen rags, boiled water over hidden stoves, whispered prayers in Polish, French, or silence. Every gesture of care was a rebellion. One of the rabbits, a woman named Wanda, later described how they would count the footsteps outside, to know when to hide their makeshift bandages, when to pretend to sleep. She said that at night, the smell of infection filled the room so thickly it felt like fog. But even through fever and pain, they whispered stories of Krakow, of families, of flowers that bloom in spring. It was their anesthesia. It didn't stop the pain, but it gave it shape. The body remembers. By 1943, the experiments expanded. Some were for bone transplants, others for sterilization, others for testing chemical burns. Each carried the same language: efficiency, necessity, progress. But inside the barracks, a counter-language was forming. The rabbits began to resist. They refused to volunteer, hid their wounds, forged numbers on lists, and shared stolen medicine from the infirmary. A secret network of solidarity grew: Polish, Czech, French, Russian, all connected by the will to protect one another. One nurse, herself a prisoner, smuggled morphine when she could. Others risked punishment by cleaning wounds with boiling water at night, using spoons and wire sterilized over candle flames. Every act of healing was a form of sabotage. Each recovered woman a failure for the experimenters. The SS doctors began to notice the resistance. They tightened control. Surveillance increased. But the human spirit had already adapted, building its own immune system against despair. There were moments, brief, fragile, when laughter returned, a joke whispered during roll call, a mocking nickname for a doctor, passed quietly down the line. Even in the heart of cruelty, they found ways to remain human. And then came the night when the SS announced new executions. The rabbits were to be eliminated, for security reasons. Word spread through the camp like wind through dry grass. Women hid them under bunks, disguised them as sick, changed their numbers. Others volunteered to take their place. That night, obedience fractured. The system that lived on silence met the sound of solidarity. Some of the rabbits were caught. Many survived because of that underground network, and the chaos of a war now turning against its makers. When liberation came in 1945, only 63 of the original 74 rabbits were alive. They limped, they scarred, they testified, and the world would learn what the word experiment really meant. The experiment's shadow. After the war, the photographs emerged, the notes, the diagrams, the signatures written in confident black ink. They became evidence in Nuremberg, proof of science turned against the soul. But evidence is not the same as memory. Memory breathes differently. It speaks in whispers, in scars, in the way a woman limps decades later across a quiet street. Some of the rabbits testified publicly, their voices steady but soft. They spoke not of vengeance, but of witnessing. They told of the sound of scalpels, the feel of cold metal on skin, the way the ceiling lights blurred through tears. They described how, in the midst of horror, friendship became a form of anesthesia stronger than morphine. Others never spoke at all. Their silence was not absence but continuation, the experiment still echoing in their bones. Because the body remembers what the world prefers to forget. The doctors defended themselves with familiar words: orders, science, necessity. But the logic of obedience had no answer to the logic of suffering. The rabbits had rewritten that logic, not with ink, but with survival. Today, in the museum that Ravensbrück has become, a single glass case holds their photographs. Rows of faces, young, thoughtful, unsmiling. You can almost feel them watching back, as if asking whether the world has learned anything at all. The light in the room falls softly across their eyes, just as it did in the barracks, and for a moment, the difference between past and present collapses. You realize that the experiment never truly ended. It simply changed form, waiting for us to recognize it again. Outside, the lake glimmers, calm and indifferent. A breeze moves through the birch trees, rustling the leaves with a sound like turning pages. It could be mistaken for peace, but beneath it lies the pulse of memory, quiet, steady, unbroken, because every scar is an unfinished sentence, and every act of remembrance is the body refusing to let that sentence fade. Chapter 4: The Shadow Factories. The Expansion of Silence. By 1944, Ravensbrück had multiplied. What began as a single camp beside a quiet lake became an empire of suffering. The maps show lines spreading outward like veins, over 30 satellite camps across Germany, Poland, Austria, each one a shadow of the original, built to feed the factories of war. The names blur together: Neustadt, Leipzig, Hanau, Helmstedt, Rechlin. Some were near towns, others hidden in forests or buried beneath hills. Women were sent there in convoys, packed into trucks or trains without windows. Each journey erased another piece of the self. The new camps were smaller, but no less cruel. They carried Ravensbrück's discipline like a contagion. The same fences, the same whistles, the same arithmetic of exhaustion. The women were no longer numbers in a ledger. They were production units in a crumbling economy. By then, the Reich was dying, though it didn't yet know how to stop. Factories ran day and night to replace what the front consumed, and as men were drafted, the burden fell on the enslaved. Women made bullets for battles they would never see, planes that would bomb cities they once called home. Ravensbrück became the center of coordination, the heart pumping labor into the war's failing limbs. Transports left daily, carrying hundreds of women to subcamps whose locations they never learned. The trains moved mostly at night, their lights covered, their destinations whispered. To the guards, it was logistics. To the women, it was disappearance. Industry of desperation. The tone of the war changed. You could hear it in the orders, see it in the guards' eyes. Certainty was gone, replaced by desperation. Bombs fell closer now, shaking the ground beneath the camp. Each explosion was both terror and hope, destruction that might mean rescue. Factories demanded more labor, more speed. The SS began renting prisoners to companies at higher rates. Every scar became currency, every hour another profit. Hunger deepened, rations thinned, and exhaustion became a form of death that didn't need bullets. At night, women slept sitting up. Their dreams were mechanical, machines that never stopped, assembly lines that ran through the dark. Some woke screaming from nightmares of production quotas. Others didn't wake at all. Letters from home stopped arriving. Rumors replaced them. The front was collapsing. The Allies had landed. Warsaw was in ruins. Paris was free. But here, behind the wire, the seasons only repeated themselves. The guards began to change, too. Some hardened, others faltered. You could see it in the way they smoked. Faster, deeper, the matches trembling slightly in the wind. They had built a world on fear, and now fear was eating them back. Inside the Siemens halls, the women worked through air so thick with dust it turned their hair grey. They assembled parts they no longer recognized. Fragments of planes, rockets, bombs. The sound was endless, the vibration constant. To think was to lose rhythm. To stop was to invite death. And yet, something in the rhythm changed. Mistakes appeared more often. Tools broke accidentally. Parts went missing. A quiet sabotage began, invisible, deliberate, and alive. The factories in the forest. Some subcamps were hidden deep in woods where fog clung to the trees like smoke. In places like Neubrandenburg and Molchow, women worked underground, carving out tunnels for armament plants. The air was damp, filled with echoes of dripping water and the hiss of welding torches. There was no daylight, only electric lamps that hummed faintly and left the world the color of metal. The women worked in shifts that blurred into one another, 12 hours, sometimes 16. They built fuselages for aircraft, parts for V-2 rockets, electrical wiring for submarines. The precision was absurd, their exhaustion profound. Still, the machine demanded more. Sometimes, during rare breaks, they would steal fragments of paper, blueprints, packing slips, cigarette wrappers, and write names on them. Just names. They hid them inside walls, under floorboards, between bricks. Messages for a future that might someday exist. A Czech prisoner recalled hearing a nightingale sing above the tunnel entrance. She said it sounded like a lie, that something so alive could exist above a place so suffocating. But she listened anyway, storing the sound like medicine. Diseases spread quickly. Typhus, dysentery, frostbite. There were no doctors, only prisoners who pretended to be. They used tools made from spoons, disinfected wounds with ashes. When a woman died, her body was carried out quietly, wrapped in a work jacket. The next day, someone else filled her place. The guards kept lists, the overseers kept schedules, the companies kept profits, and the forest kept secrets. Even now, decades later, those tunnels remain, half collapsed, filled with mud and silence. Roots grow through them like veins reclaiming the body of the earth. The cracks in the machine. By early 1945, the empire of control began to fracture. Trains stopped coming. Supplies ran out. The SS burned documents, moved prisoners, erased traces. But the erasure itself became its own evidence. The panic of a system finally seeing itself. Women sensed the shift before anyone said a word. The guards' posture changed. Orders became confused. Rumors multiplied like flies. The Russians were near, the Americans closer, Berlin falling. Some guards fled. Others grew more violent. Every day felt like the edge of something vast and unknowable. In the subcamps, production slowed. Machines broke and were not repaired. The factory floors filled with dust. The air carried a strange new sound, silence, returning for the first time in years. One morning in April, a woman in the Neubrandenburg subcamp found a bird's feather caught in the wire fence. She tucked it into her sleeve, unsure why. Later, when the guards fled and the camp was abandoned, she carried it with her as she walked toward the forest. Years later, she said that the feather felt warm in her hand, as if it had been waiting for her. Back in Ravensbrück, the main camp still operated, though chaos had replaced order. Transports of women from other camps arrived daily. Skeletal, hollow, half dead. The crematorium smoked without pause. The commandant gave his last orders with the precision of a man pretending not to see the end. When the gates finally opened in late April 1945, the first soldiers to enter found a landscape of ghosts. Women too weak to stand, lying in rows. Papers burned, uniforms discarded, dogs wandering the yard. And beyond the fences, the lake, calm, glimmering, impossibly still. The factories stopped. The blueprints vanished. The machine of obedience had finally broken itself. But even among the ruins, The women remembered. They had written their names in hidden places, carved initials into the walls, passed down songs in whispers. And those small, invisible acts outlived the empire that tried to erase them. In the years that followed, archaeologists would find those scraps of paper, those scratched initials, those faint carvings. Names, dates, a word like hope in Polish, written in pencil that never quite faded. Each one was a map back to humanity, drawn by hands that refused to vanish. Chapter 5. The Camp Within the Camp. Hierarchies of Survival. Ravensbrück was not only a camp, it was a pyramid, built from fear, layered by power, held together by silence. Every layer fed the one above it. Every order traveled downward until it reached those with nothing left to command but themselves. At the top were the SS women, hundreds of them, young, well-fed, trained in obedience and detachment. They wore pressed uniforms, boots that shone even in mud. Some came from farms or small towns, others from cities where war had blurred ambition with ideology. They were told they were serving their nation. But what they really served was a system that rewarded indifference. Below them were the Oberoffizierinnen, senior wardresses like Johanna Langfeld, Dorothea Binz, and later Greta Bosel. They managed the camp with military precision, keeping records of punishment, labor, and death. Their offices smelled of paper and perfume. Their language was clipped, administrative, devoid of feeling. They called the prisoners material. Material breaks. Material can be replaced. Then came the Blockhaltist, prisoner block leaders. Selected from among the inmates, they were given small privileges in exchange for maintaining order. A little more food, a softer bed, a slower death. Some became brutal. Others tried to soften the blows. Power, even a fragment of it, was corrosive. It ate at empathy the way rust eats at iron. And beneath them all, the majority, the nameless thousands. Those who obeyed, endured, survived. The hierarchy was meant to divide, to turn despair into competition. Because a divided camp was easier to control than a united one. The result was a world where cruelty flowed downward and guilt pooled everywhere. And in that hierarchy, every woman faced a choice, sometimes conscious, sometimes not, between surviving and remaining human. The Mirror of Power. The guards of Ravensbrück were not demons carved from myth. They were human, and that was the horror. Many were in their 20s, some barely older than the prisoners they commanded. They received training in obedience, not ideology. How to march, how to shout, how to look without seeing. They were told that sentimentality was weakness, that order was virtue, and slowly they learned to believe it. They called their work service. But service to what? A flag, a cause, a fear of consequence. Obedience, once learned, becomes its own language, and soon they spoke it fluently. Some guards enjoyed their power openly. Dorothea Binz was known for her precision, her posture straight, her voice like a blade. She believed discipline was beauty. She punished infractions not with rage, but with ritual. In her world, cruelty was simply a form of order. Others struggled. There are testimonies of SS women who looked away during executions, who smuggled scraps of bread to prisoners, who broke under guilt and drank themselves numb. One wrote in her diary that she dreamed of the women she had struck, dreamed they stood around her bed and stared silently until morning. Even she didn't know if it was remorse or fear. Power turns reflection into danger. To question is to risk collapse. So most guards stopped looking in mirrors, and most prisoners learned not to meet their eyes. But sometimes, just sometimes, the line blurred. A look held too long. a shared cigarette, a moment of understanding that neither could admit to, because in a place built on hierarchy, empathy was treason. The quiet rebels. Not all who held authority became monsters. Some used their fragile positions as shields, thin, trembling walls against the system's worst demands. A Czech nurse assigned to the infirmary falsified death reports to protect patients from execution lists. A Polish blockautist pretended not to see women hiding scraps of bread. A French translator misinterpreted orders on purpose, delaying punishments by hours, sometimes days. None of it changed the machinery of the camp. But within that machinery, it created small spaces where humanity could still breathe. And sometimes, that was enough. In Block 32, where the sick were kept, the prisoners built their own code. Never steal from the dying. Always share medicine, even when it's water. Speak softly so fear cannot hear you. They whispered stories at night, not of hope, but of dignity, because hope was too fragile to touch, but dignity could still be spoken. There were coppos who refused to strike, guards who passed notes, a German seamstress who stitched pockets into uniforms to hide bread for others, a woman who sang softly in her sleep, and somehow that sound made the darkness less complete. None of them were heroes in the way stories prefer. They were simply human beings who, for 1 second longer than expected, refused to be otherwise. And yet, for every act of kindness, there was betrayal. The same hand that offered bread might later point to a name. The same woman who comforted a sick prisoner might, under threat, condemn her to the punishment block. Ravensbrück turned morality into a maze without exits. You could survive it, but you could not leave it clean. The cost of survival. When liberation came, the hierarchy collapsed overnight, but its shadows remained. The SS fled. The coppos stripped off their armbands. The guards who survived tried to blend into the crowd. And the prisoners, once divided by color, number, and privilege, stood together again, equal in exhaustion. But freedom brought new questions. Who had helped? Who had harmed? Who had done both? In post-war testimonies, these questions hung heavy, unanswered. Some women spoke of compassion under impossible conditions. Others spoke of betrayal they could not forgive. And some said nothing at all, because silence was easier than judgment. At the Nuremberg trials, the SS women were called to account. Binz was executed. Bosel too. Others served brief sentences and vanished into ordinary lives. Some remarried, had children, worked in offices or shops. They learned to call what they did duty. They looked in mirrors again. The survivors carried their own mirrors, invisible, heavy. Many couldn't look at themselves without remembering what they had done to live. A stolen crust, a word unsaid, a moment of compliance. Survival itself had become morally complicated. One survivor, a Norwegian prisoner, later wrote, "There were many Ravensbrücks, one for each woman. And the hardest one to leave was the one inside ourselves." Years after the war, during a reunion of survivors, a woman asked if anyone remembered the block leader who once smuggled medicine. No one did, but someone recalled her hands, small, shaking, always washing, and that image stayed. A woman washing her hands in a tin basin, water grey with soap and ash. Not out of guilt, not entirely, but because, in a place built on filth, cleanliness had been the only prayer left. Outside, the lake still shimmered, the trees grew taller, and the wind that once carried orders now carried only leaves. But inside every survivor, a smaller Ravensbrück remained, the camp within the camp, built not of wire but of memory. Chapter 6. The Letters That Never Came. Paper and Silence. In Ravensbrück, words were contraband. Not all of them, only the kind that connected one soul to another. The SS allowed letters, at first. 1 page, written in German, no more than 15 lines. Only to family, only about health, only about obedience. Every sentence inspected, every comma suspect. The letters passed through hands that wore gloves, scissors, authority. By the time they reached the outside world, they were skeletons, stripped of truth, dressed in politeness. Still, the women wrote them, because to write was to remember that language once belonged to them. Each woman was allowed to send 2 letters a month, if she behaved. Ink was rationed. Paper was precious. Sometimes they wrote with slivers of pencil, sometimes with charcoal, sometimes with a sharpened nail dipped in soot and spit. The lines trembled not from cold, but from the weight of what could not be said. I am healthy. I am working. We receive soup every day. These were the permitted phrases, the grammar of captivity. They said nothing, but meant everything. Somewhere beyond the fence, families waited for those words, not for their truth, but for their existence. Because a letter, however false, meant a heartbeat still present in the world. The women queued outside the block to deliver their envelopes, holding them like offerings. A guard would collect them, sort them, discard those written in forbidden tongues, Polish, French, Czech. The rest vanished into a bureaucratic abyss. Weeks passed. Months. Sometimes a letter would return, unopened, stamped Zurich, Empfänger unbekannt. Return to sender, recipient unknown. And that was how many learned that their homes no longer existed. Even silence had a return address. The hand that writes. There were women who wrote even when letters were banned. They wrote on scraps of fabric, on birch bark, on the inside of paper sacks stolen from the kitchens. They hid them in mattresses, under floorboards, inside the hems of dresses. They wrote not to send, but to survive. The act itself became sacred. The feel of graphite against paper, the curve of a familiar name, the illusion of conversation. Every word a pulse, every sentence a breath. A Polish prisoner wrote to her mother, I know this will never reach you, but I need to speak to someone who remembers me before the wire. Another addressed her child, You are 3 now. Do you still like apples? I dream of your voice, though I have begun to forget its sound. Others wrote lists, names, recipes, verses of poems, fragments of identity anchored against oblivion. One wrote out the multiplication tables she had once taught her students, just to prove her mind still worked. At night, when the barracks grew quiet, the women would whisper their letters aloud. The darkness listened. Some repeated the same lines over and over, like prayers. I am here. Do not forget me. I will come home. The next morning, the paper would be hidden, burned, or passed secretly to another woman whose family lived in the same town. A thread stretched across fences, carrying memory further than hope ever could. The ones who waited. Far from the camp, the war had its own rhythm, and the silence of Ravensbrück echoed in kitchens, on doorsteps, in post offices that no longer knew what to say. A mother in Krakow walked to the post box every morning for 2 years. Each time she found it empty, she told herself perhaps the next day. When the letter finally came, it was a single sheet, printed, impersonal, bearing the stamp of the Reich. Her daughter was, well, her work, useful. No signature, no smell of ink, only the cold geometry of survival. In Oslo, a husband opened a letter addressed in familiar handwriting, but the words felt foreign. "Everything is fine," it said. He read it aloud to their child, though his voice broke halfway through. He knew his wife never wrote like that. The phrasing belonged to someone else. Still, he folded it carefully and kept it in a box by the window, a relic of presence. In Paris, a sister never received anything at all. She wrote every month anyway, knowing her letters would vanish into the same silence that swallowed her dreams. On the envelopes, she wrote the same line each time: "For my sister, wherever she may be." When the war ended, the box of unsent letters was found in a train station in Berlin. Thousands of envelopes addressed to ghosts. Some still bore traces of perfume, others tiny fingerprints, smudges of ink, teardrops turned brown with time. Those who waited learned that absence could also write. It wrote across the face, in the way eyes searched empty air. It wrote across years, in the way silence began to sound like breathing. Echoes on paper. After liberation, the survivors searched for letters, not to send, but to prove they had once existed. They sifted through piles of ash, boxes of records, fragments of diaries. Sometimes they found a page with a name, sometimes a single line. Each discovery was a resurrection. Museums would later display them behind glass. Faded ink, trembling cursive, phrases too ordinary to be imagined. "My dear Mama, I am well. Please tell the children I think of them. We will see each other soon." Simple sentences that carried whole universes. Historians call them artifacts. But for those who read them, they are voices, still speaking, still waiting for replies that will never come. In the Ravensbrück archive, one letter remains unopened. It was written by a woman named Irina, addressed to her son in Lodz. The envelope was never sealed, never stamped. Inside, the last line reads, "When the wind moves across the lake, think of me." You can almost hear the pen lift from the paper, mid-thought, mid-breath. A silence that completes the sentence. Today, the lake beside the camp looks peaceful. Swans drift across it, their reflections unbroken. Visitors walk quietly along the path where the mail truck once passed, and if you stand there long enough, the wind will touch your face. Soft, persistent, familiar. It carries no words, but it feels like one. You imagine a single letter, folded and yellowed, carried by the wind across the water. The ink fading, the paper dissolving, until nothing remains but the memory of a hand that once wrote, and the echo of a voice that refused to vanish. Because sometimes the letters that never came are the ones that still speak most clearly. Chapter 7. The March of the Dying. The order to move. It began with shouting, not the familiar rhythm of roll call, not the daily orders, something different, urgent, disordered, the kind of shouting that meant fear had entered even the mouths of the guards. April 1945. The front was collapsing. The Red Army was less than 60 kilometers away. From the north came the dull thunder of artillery, a sound the camp had never heard so close. For the first time, the walls of Ravensbrück trembled from something other than its own machinery. The command came swiftly, Evakuierung, evacuation. But there was no plan, only panic disguised as discipline. The SS wanted the evidence gone, the prisoners dispersed, the witnesses silenced. Trucks were scarce, trains destroyed, roads broken by bomb craters. So they did what armies do when they run out of order. They made people walk. The women were assembled in columns, thousands of them. Those who could stand supported those who could not. Those who could not were left behind. No one asked where they were going. The guards didn't know either. The only direction was away. Always away. The gates opened one last time. The lake shimmered faintly in the distance. The same water that had mirrored the beginning, now reflecting the end. The women stepped through the arch where their names had once been replaced by numbers. They had entered Ravensbrück as prisoners. They left it as ghosts still moving. The road without end. The march began before dawn. Frost lay on the fields, turning the world pale blue. The sound of boots and clogs on frozen mud became the only language left, a slow, uneven rhythm of survival. They walked in rows of 5, guarded by SS men and women with rifles, dogs straining on leashes. Some wore coats made from stolen fabric, others only rags. The cold burned like fire. Hunger moved through the ranks like a second shadow. Villagers watched from windows as the columns passed. Some pretended not to see. A few slipped bread or potatoes onto the road when the guards weren't looking. Most simply stared, the way one looks at a storm one cannot stop. The road was littered with the things people discard when they run out of strength. A shoe, a spoon, a piece of cloth that once was a scarf. Each object a sentence cut short. At night, they slept in barns, fields, ditches. Those who fell behind were shot. The dogs learned to recognize the sound of collapse. The sky remained gray for days. There were no songs anymore, only breath. Some tried to count the steps, 10,020, as if mathematics could order the chaos. Others simply moved one foot after another, because motion was all that stood between them and death. The SS guards changed shifts, but the prisoners did not. For them, time had lost its shape. Each day was the same horizon, the same road, the same sound of feet on earth. They no longer dreamed of liberation. They dreamed of stopping. The sound of footsteps. Somewhere along the road, near a village whose name no one remembered, a woman stumbled. Her friend caught her by the arm. Together they fell, rose, fell again. A guard raised his rifle but didn't fire, maybe out of exhaustion, maybe out of something else. The women kept walking. They shared water, crusts, fragments of words. Sometimes they hummed melodies from before the war, lullabies, hymns, folk songs. The sound was so faint it could have been the wind. One night, as they rested in a field, someone began to speak aloud. A Polish poem whispered into the dark. Others joined, line by line, in broken accents. The guards shouted for silence, but the words kept flowing, too soft to stop. The poem was about spring. No one remembered the ending, so they made one up. The march was no longer about reaching anywhere. It was about not disappearing before they did. The road became a kind of prayer, each step a syllable, each breath an act of resistance. When one woman died, the others covered her face with her shawl and kept walking. There was no time for graves, no space for ceremony. But the gesture mattered. It was the last remnant of the world before this one. A Czech survivor later said, "We walked out of the world and into silence, but the silence was ours, not theirs." The last journey. By the end of April, the columns began to thin. Some guards deserted. Others threw down their weapons and fled into the woods. The order that had built the camp was dissolving faster than ice in the sun. The women walked until the road itself seemed to blur. Villagers whispered that the war was over, that Hitler was dead, that the Russians were near. The women didn't believe it. They had learned not to trust words. Only what they could touch, what they could breathe, what they could endure. One morning they saw trucks approaching, white with red crosses painted on the sides. The guards hesitated, then vanished into the trees. The women stood still, afraid to move. The trucks stopped. Voices called out, not in German, but in Swedish. The white buses. It took a moment for understanding to reach them. Freedom is not loud. It arrives like a whisper that takes time to believe. Some fell to their knees. Some kept standing, unable to move. Some wept without sound. A few smiled, small, uncertain smiles that trembled on their faces like new light. The rescuers lifted them gently into the trucks. Hands that had known only commands now offered help. Blankets, milk, water. The taste of kindness was almost unbearable. As the buses drove away, the road stretched behind them, endless, grey, empty. The wind moved through the grass, carrying the faint echo of footsteps that would never end. One woman turned in her seat and looked back through the window. The road glimmered under the pale sky, vanishing into mist. She touched the glass as if to hold it still. The memory, the silence, the ones who hadn't made it this far. And for the first time in years, she stopped walking. The war was over. But the march, the long, invisible one inside the heart, would take a lifetime to end. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. Liberation in fragments. Freedom did not arrive with trumpets. It came in fragments, a footstep, a voice, a door left open. When the Red Army reached Ravensbrück in late April 1945, the camp was already half empty. Tens of thousands had been marched away. Those who remained were too weak to move. They lay in the barracks like shadows, wrapped in blankets that smelled of smoke and disinfectant. The walls sweated moisture. The air was thick with fever. The soldiers entered quietly. They had seen death before, but not like this. Not so organized, not so domestic. One bent to help a woman stand, only to realize she was too light to lift without breaking. Another lit a cigarette, then lowered it, ashamed to smoke in a place where air itself felt borrowed. The survivors watched them without expression. They didn't cheer. They didn't cry. After so much silence, even freedom sounded like noise. A few days later, Swedish Red Cross trucks arrived, white buses carrying nurses in pale uniforms. They moved carefully through the yard, speaking softly, offering milk, water, words that made no sense yet. The women didn't know whether to trust them. Every uniform had once meant danger, but then someone smiled, and that, finally, was understood. The dead were buried in rows outside the camp walls. Crosses made of twigs. Names written in charcoal. The living were counted again, but this time the numbers meant survival. And as spring crept into the air, a new sound joined the wind. Paper rustling. Lists. Records. Testimonies. The beginning of memory turning itself into evidence. The evidence of silence. When the journalists arrived, they brought cameras, notebooks, disbelief. They photographed the barracks, the ovens, the piles of shoes, the scattered letters that had never been sent. They wrote headlines that tried to explain the unexplainable. They used words like horror and atrocity, though none of them seemed large enough. 4 weeks, investigators collected documents, transport lists, guard rosters, medical logs, orders signed in elegant handwriting. Each sheet of paper was both proof and denial. The bureaucracy of murder, written in perfect penmanship. The camp itself became an archive. Rooms that once held women now held boxes. The roll call square was measured and photographed, as if geometry could reveal truth. The lake was dredged, searching for ashes that refused to dissolve. Survivors gave statements, in Polish, French, Russian, German. Some spoke clearly, others trembled. Some stared into space, sentences half-formed, trailing off into silence. A translator wrote in the margin, "Weeping cannot continue." The world outside wanted to understand. But understanding was not what Ravensbrück offered. It offered witnessing. And witnessing is not comprehension. It is a kind of quiet blindness that still refuses to look away. The first visitors described the silence most of all. No birds, no laughter, only the sound of the wind moving through the wire, a voice that did not stop, even after everyone else had. The women on trial. In 1946, a courtroom in Hamburg filled with echoes. It smelled of dust, sweat, and old paper. On one side, the defendants, 21 women and 7 men, former SS personnel of Ravensbrück. On the other, the survivors, thinner now, older, but unbroken. Between them, the law, trying to measure what could not be measured. The guards arrived in plain clothes, some defiant, some hollow. Dorothea Binz sat upright, hands folded neatly. Greta Bosel avoided the cameras. Others wept, insisted they were following orders, that they were secretaries, that they never touched a whip. Their words were polished, their voices controlled. They had learned the language of survival, too. Then the witnesses spoke. One by one, they stood and told their stories, not with rage, but with precision. They named names, described faces, recounted punishments, experiments, disappearances. Their voices filled the room slowly, like water seeping into cracks. The defendants looked down, or stared straight ahead. The air thickened with things that could not be unseen. A Polish survivor lifted her skirt to show her scars, clean, white, shining under the courtroom light. The room fell silent. Even the judges did not speak. The transcripts recorded everything. Subject operated on without anesthesia. Orders signed by Commandant Suren. Prisoner beaten for singing. At the end of the first trial, 11 were sentenced to death. Others received prison terms. Some were acquitted for lack of evidence. Justice, like everything else here, was uneven, but for the survivors, the verdict was never the point. The trial itself was the victory, the moment their voices became louder than silence. The weight of justice. The world moved on quickly. New wars, new borders, new fears. Ravensbrück became a line in a history book, then a museum, then a place for school trips and commemorations. But for those who had lived it, the reckoning never ended. Some survivors testified again, at later trials in the 1950s. Each time they repeated their stories, they lost a little more of themselves. Memory, when spoken too often, begins to hollow out the speaker. Yet they kept speaking, for those who could not. Others stayed silent for decades, choosing ordinary lives. They married, worked, raised children, baked bread, paid bills. But sometimes a sound, the slam of a door, the bark of a dog, the smell of smoke, would pull them back to the yard, the roll call, the wire. Reckoning is not only about guilt. It is about gravity, what the past does to those who survived it. In Hamburg, the courthouse still stands. Visitors walk its corridors, reading plaques, unaware of the weight of breath once held there. In archives, the testimonies rest in folders, thousands of pages of voices turned into paper. Every so often, a historian opens one. The room fills again with those same words: cold, hunger, waiting. Justice did not heal. It did not erase. It simply wrote the story down. And writing, as the women of Ravensbrück had already learned, is another form of survival. One transcript ends with a line almost too simple to notice. A witness, asked if she has anything more to add, replies, "Only that we were there." She pauses, "And that we are still here." The courtroom light falls across her face, white, steady, unflinching. Her voice leaves her mouth, crosses the years, and settles softly in the air around us, where it still waits to be heard. And for a moment, the reckoning feels less like judgment, and more like remembrance finally breathing. Chapter 9. The Women Who Remembered. The Return to the World. They came back one by one, not as heroes, not even as victims, just as women who had survived what had no name yet. The buses brought them to stations that smelled of coal and rain. They stepped onto platforms where no one was waiting. The world had moved on. New governments, new currencies, new ruins. Even the air felt foreign. Some went home to find strangers living in their houses. Others found their families gone, their towns destroyed, their names forgotten from the registry. They knocked on doors and were met with disbelief. "You? We thought you were dead." They nodded. In some ways, they were. Hospitals filled with the newly freed, skeletal bodies, infections, hollow eyes that refused to close. Doctors spoke of rehabilitation, but what does that mean when the wound is memory itself? Those who could returned to work. Teachers taught again. Nurses tended the sick. Mothers tried to remember how to hold their children without shaking. But at night, they still lined up in their dreams, still heard the whistle, still woke to count themselves. The war had ended, but the roll call continued, inside. The long silence. The world wanted stories of victory, not of survival. Men returned from the front with medals. Women returned from the camps with scars. And for a long time, no one wanted to hear them speak. In Poland, France, Norway, the Netherlands, each country built its own narrative of resistance. The camps did not fit neatly inside it. They were too raw, too complicated, too full of shame. Some survivors stayed silent because the words hurt too much. Others because they feared being doubted. What was it really like? People asked, as if horror needed proof. They met instead in kitchens, church halls, small apartments, gatherings without fanfare, where one could say Ravensbrück and be understood. They shared tea, bread, photographs. They showed each other the faded numbers tattooed on their arms, or the scars that ran deeper, invisible. Together, they rebuilt what the camp had tried to erase. Community. Letters traveled between them for decades. Old paper, shaky handwriting, greetings that began, "My dear sister from Ravensbrück." The phrase meant something no language could translate. It meant, "You were there too. You still exist. So do I." And slowly, the silence began to crack. The Guardians of Memory. The 1970s brought the return of voices. The generation that had once whispered now spoke aloud. In classrooms, on television, in courtrooms, at memorials. Books appeared, memoirs, diaries, collections of letters rescued from drawers. Names long buried in archives resurfaced. The rabbits, the Polish women of the medical experiments, formed an association. They traveled to Paris, London, Warsaw, Stockholm, telling their stories not as wounds but as warnings. In Germany, students began visiting the sites of former camps. They planted flowers. They listened. They asked questions their parents couldn't answer. The Ravensbrück Memorial was opened in 1959, but for many, it became sacred only when survivors themselves began guiding visitors there. They walked through the ruins, pointing out where the roll call square had been, where the barracks once stood. They described the smell of the kitchen, the sound of the lake in winter. They carried memory the way one carries a fragile flame, cupped carefully between shaking hands. Art followed. Sculptors carved women not in triumph, but in endurance. Bodies upright, faces calm, hands open. Composers wrote requiems that ended not in crescendo, but in silence. Writers found words that refused to settle, like smoke trapped under glass. In schools, children learned to spell the name, Ravensbrück. They repeated it aloud, unsure of its weight, but still speaking it. And in that repetition, the world began to change. The circle of names. Today, the camp is quiet again. Grass grows where gravel once burned under boots. The lake mirrors the sky with a stillness that feels deliberate, as if guarding what lies beneath. The barracks are gone, but the air remembers. Every April, survivors and their descendants return. They come from Poland, France, Germany, Denmark, Israel, carrying flowers, candles, photographs. They stand in a circle by the water, their reflections trembling in the breeze. A priest reads a prayer. A child reads a list of names. Some of those names were once erased. Now they are spoken again. In one corner of the memorial stands a sculpture. 3 women standing together, heads slightly bowed. They are not saints or martyrs. They are witnesses, ordinary, eternal. When the wind moves through the trees, it sounds like whispers weaving through their bronze hair. Nearby, an old woman lays a single rose at the base of the monument. Her hands tremble, but her gaze is steady. She is one of the last survivors. She closes her eyes and says quietly, "We are still here." Behind her, the younger generations listen. They record videos, take notes, promise to remember. But remembrance is not a promise. It is a practice. It requires repetition, care, and silence. The kind of silence that does not erase, but preserves. As dusk settles, candles flicker along the lake's edge. The water carries their reflections outward, small flames drifting on a surface older than grief. Wind stirs them gently, never enough to extinguish, only to remind that memory moves. Somewhere, a bell rings. The night air smells of pine and smoke and the faint sweetness of spring. The last light fades from the sky, and with it, the boundaries between past and present blur once more. And in that merging, you can almost hear the voices again. Soft, layered, eternal. The women who remembered, and the world that, finally, began to listen. Epilogue. The lake that remembers. Morning again, but not the kind the camp once knew. This one rises gently. No whistles, no orders, only the slow unfolding of light over water. You stand where the fence once cut the horizon. It's gone now, the posts removed, the wire rusted away. Grass grows in its place, soft and forgiving, but if you look closely, you can still see the line it left behind, faint as a scar. The lake lies still beside you, grey-blue and endless. Mist hovers over its surface, curling like breath in cold air. Swans drift across it, silent, weightless. The same birds that once watched women march along the shore. Every ripple feels deliberate, like the water itself remembers. There is no sound except wind in the birch trees. It whispers through the leaves, carrying voices that don't need words anymore. You can almost hear them, not crying, not pleading, just existing. Steady, present, eternal. The memorial grounds are empty this morning. A candle from last night still burns near the stone wall. Someone has left a photograph tucked beneath it, a woman in uniform, smiling faintly, hair pulled back. On the back of the photo, in faded ink, 3 words. For my sister. You walk slowly along the path. It crunches beneath your feet. Gravel, not ash now. The air smells of pine and rain. The sky opens in pale gold, the color of forgiveness. It's hard to imagine that this place once hummed with command, that the walls once echoed with roll calls, boots, dogs, the sound of names being turned into numbers. Now there is only quiet, the kind that holds rather than hides. Each year, visitors come here to look, to learn, to stand in silence. Some cry. Some cannot. Some leave flowers. Others leave nothing but the warmth of their breath. And all of them, whether they realize it or not, add another layer of remembering to the air. Because memory is not just what is told. It's what lingers. It's the shape of silence after the last word has been spoken. It's the way light bends differently over places that have known sorrow. You stop by the water's edge. The wind moves again, and the lake stirs. Tiny waves tap against the stones like fingers on a door. It feels less like mourning and more like conversation, as if history itself was still trying to answer. Somewhere nearby, a bell rings, faint, far away. Maybe from the town, maybe from memory. It fades into the air, and the air keeps it. You think of the women who once stood here, the ones who worked, who resisted, who sang, who wrote letters they could never send. You think of the ones who didn't return, and the ones who carried their stories for decades afterward. You think of how endurance, repeated enough times, becomes something like grace. A swan lifts from the water, its wings slow and deliberate. It circles once, twice, then disappears into the clouds. The sound of its flight lingers, soft, rhythmic, impossibly calm. If you listen closely, it sounds like footsteps fading down a road that no longer hurts to remember. Aftermath, the silence that remains. Spring comes late to Ravensbrück. The frost melts reluctantly, as if unsure whether the ground deserves warmth again. The lake no longer hides beneath ice, and yet the water still moves with the slowness of grief. The trees have grown tall where the fences once stood. Their branches touch where the wires used to cut. And if you listen closely, when the wind moves through them, you can almost hear the faint hum of memory, a sound that is neither song nor sorrow, but something in between. The camp is quiet now. Tourists walk its paths with maps folded in their hands, their footsteps soft on the gravel. A bird lands on a rusted gatepost, tilts its head, then flies on. The air smells of pine and distant rain. No shouting, no sirens, no dogs. Only the gentle murmur of a world that has learned how to keep its voice low out of respect. You walk slowly. Beneath your feet, the earth is uneven. Small rises where barracks once stood, where bunks pressed into the soil through years of wait and waiting. Here, history is not told in words, but in absences. Every empty space means someone once stood there. Every silence means someone once spoke. You pause by the lake. It looks ordinary now, like any northern lake. Grey, reflective, calm. But you know its story. You know that beneath the surface lies the dust of the uncounted. Ash scattered in water because it was the only grave allowed. And yet, somehow, the lake endures, not as a wound, but as witness. It holds its reflection carefully, as if afraid to drop it. They came here from everywhere. Poland, France, Norway, the Netherlands. Doctors, students, mothers, daughters. Some carried messages sewn into hems. Others carried only the memory of names. When the gates closed behind them, they were told they were nothing. But that was the camp's first lie. and they refused to believe it. In secret, they wrote poems on scraps of paper, traced prayers on walls with their fingertips. They tore thread from uniforms to mend each other's wounds. They stole moments of beauty where none were meant to exist, a smile shared in passing, a song whispered when the guards turned away. They kept life alive by remembering it. And when liberation finally came, when the gates swung open to a silence heavier than any storm, many were too weak to walk out. Some crawled to the road. Some waited for names that would never be called. Some simply looked at the sky, wide and empty, and wept not from joy, but from disbelief that it could still be blue. You can almost see them now, moving through the mist, not as ghosts, but as memory rendered visible. They are still teaching us, even in silence, that strength can look like stillness, that resistance can sound like a breath held steady, that survival is its own form of protest. Time has softened the edges here, but not the truth. The buildings crumble, but the air still carries what was once unspeakable. And in that air, in that quiet, you feel the weight of their endurance, not tragic, but absolute. The kind of courage that leaves no statues, only echoes. You touch the stone of the memorial, cold, rough, unadorned. The inscription is simple. It doesn't ask for pity. It asks for remembrance. Because remembrance is what transforms pain into meaning. It is how we keep their names from disappearing into the dust. It is how we say, "You were here. You mattered. You still do." You look once more at the water. The surface trembles, then stills again. A ripple spreads outward, gentle and endless, like a heartbeat that refuses to fade. Maybe that is what memory truly is. Not a monument, but movement. Not silence, but the sound of the world trying, again and again, to understand. And so, you stand there a little longer. The sky is pale now, streaked with the promise of rain. Somewhere far away, a train passes, slow, distant, almost kind. Life continues. It has to. That, too, is part of the remembering. Before you leave, you look back one last time. The candle still burns. The lake glows faintly in the morning light. And the air, that same air that once carried orders, screams, prayers, now carries only one thing: peace. You breathe it in. Let it fill the spaces where history once felt too heavy to hold. And as you exhale, you understand. Remembrance isn't a burden. It's a bridge between what was and what must never be again. The wind moves once more, gentle, familiar. It sounds like a voice, though no one is speaking. A whisper, timeless and clear. We were here. We are still here. And for a moment, the whole world listens. The aftermath, quiet echoes of resilience. The final story fades, and the long night settles into a deeper stillness. You find yourself standing at the far edge of these lives, women who walked through fear, through loneliness, through barbed wire and locked doors, carrying the weight of a world at war on their shoulders. Their stories move away from you now, not disappearing, but drifting into the soft haze where memory becomes reflection. You breathe quietly. The world around you loosens its grip. The echoes soften. For hours, you have walked beside women who endured what most could not imagine. The camps, the interrogations, the silence of captivity, the constant shadow of uncertainty. You followed them through corridors lit by single bulbs, across winter yards swept by icy wind, through barracks where whispers carried more comfort than blankets. And now, as the journey slows, you feel something gentle lingering in the air, something more than sorrow, more than survival. It is the unmistakable afterglow of resilience. These women did not fight their battles with armies or weapons. Their weapons were quieter. Dignity, memory, compassion, small acts of defiance invisible to the outside world. And you felt those things too, as you moved through their stories. The way a shared crust of bread became an act of rebellion, the way a whispered name became a lifeline, the way a steady gaze could refuse to break even when everything else was taken. Now, as the night grows softer, you return to a place between past and present. You walk through a field of slow-falling shadows, each one shaped by the lives you have just touched. None of them speak. They do not need to. Their presence alone is enough, a reminder that strength does not always look like victory. Sometimes it looks like endurance. Sometimes it looks like kindness. Sometimes it looks like refusing to let the world make you cruel. You feel the quiet weight of that truth resting in your hands. The war around them raged with fire and noise, but these stories unfolded in the hushed spaces, the corners where humanity hid, curled like a small flame protected between cupped hands. And now, standing in the calm that follows, you begin to understand why these stories matter. Not because they are dramatic, but because they are fragile. Not because they are grand, but because they are human. You look around, and the night is changing. The darkness is no longer something heavy. It is simply quiet, open wide. The ground beneath you feels softer now, as if covered in a thin blanket of snow untouched by footsteps. You can almost hear the faint hum of distant barracks, the soft rustle of pages turning in a hidden notebook, the echo of footsteps quietly returning to the world. But each sound drifts farther and farther away, absorbed by the gentle hush of the present. The women whose stories you have followed begin to fade into silhouettes, not to vanish, but to rest. Their journeys were long, and they have carried you far enough for one night. As they recede into the dimness, you sense gratitude in the air, as if they too have found a kind of peace in being remembered. You take one more quiet breath. That breath becomes a bridge, from their past to your present, from the world they endured to the world you inhabit now. You stand at the crossing point, feeling the soft pulse of life under your feet, the rhythm of a night almost ready to let go. Slowly, gently, the weight of the stories lifts. Not erased, not forgotten, just softened, like footprints in fresh snow beginning to blur. In this fading light, you are reminded of something simple and steady, that even in the harshest years of the war, even behind fences meant to erase identity and hope, these women became symbols of endurance, not through grand gestures, but through quiet persistence, through the refusal to surrender compassion, through the act of holding onto themselves. As you step away from their world, you carry a small piece of that quiet resilience with you. Not loudly, not boldly, just as a gentle presence, a reminder that calm strength can exist even in the darkest places, and that even the faintest light can shape the night around it. The journey has come to its close now. The voices drift into silence. The night holds you softly, and in that soft darkness you hear the final whisper, the one that reminds you that history is not only found in battles and victories, but in the hearts of those who endured, survived, and remained human when the world was collapsing around them. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.